signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed.
At the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Members, before we move to the order paper, I'd just like to advise everyone in the House that the Youth Assembly met on Saturday morning, and obviously due to restrictions which are still remaining in place, it wasn't possible to invite all members and many others as well. But I just wanted to place on record my very, very sincere gratitude and thanks to all of our officials who did a tremendously professional job to support those young people on Saturday morning, and many of their family members who joined them here and to give their youngsters some support. So I just want to place on the record to the House that, as I say, the day itself, I think, by all accounts, went very, very well, very successful, and augurs well for the work that the Commission has authorised to proceed under the guise of the Youth Assembly. And I would intend to provide a fuller report to the House fairly shortly, just to keep people up to date with the full report of how the Youth Assembly is progressing. Members, we'll now move on to members' statements. That's the first item on the order paper. And if members wish to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded that statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be taken, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call Aileen O'Reilly.
Our responsibility as legislators is to create conditions that are fair and equitable for all of our constituents. My private member's bill to abolish hospital car parking charges is about creating fair and just outcomes for our health and social care workers who are burdened with an unfair additional tax because of sky-high car parking charges at their place of work. No health or social care worker should be paying to park their car as they head into their work to care for our sick and our elderly. My bill to abolish hospital car parking charges seeks to create fair and impartial treatment for our rural communities, often cut off through distance and by poor public transport. There should be no inequality in the treatment of any of our constituents, whether rural or urban, as they try to access the healthcare facilities and treatments that they might need. Hospital car parking charges are causing patients and their families additional stress and anguish that can be easily avoided. My private member's bill will put money back in the pockets of workers at the end of each week. The pandemic has taught us we need to do everything that we can to make the lives of our health and social care workers easier and worry-free. It will give relief to patients and their families who are faced with a health crisis and who don't need to be worrying about their ability to pay to park their car just to be with their loved one. My private member's bill to abolish car parking charges will create fairness and equality, which is what we are all here in this Assembly to strive to do.
Nicole Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and forgive me for not rising. Can I first of all place on record my thanks to members from across the Chamber on the very kind sentiments and messages on the passing of my mother. It was greatly appreciated. But the subject I want to talk about today is the value of early intervention, the benefit to both in terms of health, to both the health service itself, but also to individual patients, and indeed I think the benefit, if you like, of patients themselves being proactive in terms of their approach. Using myself as an example, about just over a month ago, I developed a small initial cut on one of my toes, which led very quickly to an infection in my foot. I was admitted, first of all, to the Ulster Hospital and to the Royal Victoria Hospital, and I would like also to place on record my thanks to the care that I received in both those establishments, and indeed the skill of the surgeon. On the first day I was diagnosed, having previously been diagnosed as a diabetic, which led to a much more rapid spread of any infection. As a result of my stay in hospital, I required an operation on my foot. It resulted in the amputation of one toe and indeed also removal of the infected tissue. It has meant that for the next number of weeks on a temporary basis I will be in a wheelchair. But important while that is, I have to say, had it not been for the skills of the staff at those institutions, this could have been a lot worse. But reflecting on my own role within this, if I'm being entirely honest, were there some signs, while it may not have been glaringly obvious? Were there some signs in terms of potential symptoms that either I took perhaps a route that was slightly negligent in terms of ignoring those, or indeed, I think, as a lot of us tend to do, saw things and simply put them down to wishful thinking, an issue of this is simply something happening to me because of age. I think as politicians, we are often accused on social media and elsewhere of levels of being two-faced or being hypocritical. To some extent, this is perhaps an occasion where I will hold my hands up and say, I am entirely admitting to say to people, do as I say, not as I did. And I urge people to learn from my situation that where they see a situation of a concern over developing any level of symptoms, not simply to dismiss those or be negligent, but to take early action, because that is of deep benefit not simply to the health service itself in terms of costs down the line, but for anybody who is in that position, whether it's diabetes or any other potential issue. It could be critical in terms of the extent of any injury to you. It may ultimately, for some people, save their lives. And so I urge people not to, as I said, to do as I did, but to learn from my lesson and ensure that they do as I say. Make sure you make that early intervention, see your GP, see the minor injuries unit, get things dealt with at an early stage, and there will be better consequences for you and I think the health service as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weir, for that, and we all sympathise with you in your current circumstances. Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate with myself with your remarks in relating to the previous speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night in Rathcoole, a bus was burnt out. Men, apparently in their 40s, entered that bus, intimidated a driver, directed him, and then burnt the bus out. We can assume that it was based on the same set of broad political motivations that we think other acts of a similar ilk have had. It is, Mr. Speaker, a tragedy, but perhaps not surprising, given the inflammatory rhetoric that has surrounded this issue this year, and particularly from both the UK government and indeed certain unionist politicians. That rhetoric has to stop, and it has to stop now. So do the actions of those who think they can subvert the democratic process by using violence. It is totally wrong. It is totally unacceptable. And as I say, Mr. Speaker, it has to stop now. It's important to state, first of all, that what happened to the driver and what has happened to other bus drivers is totally unacceptable. Stand in solidarity with a driver who I'm sure is traumatised, and another driver was traumatised last week. Totally unacceptable for them to be left in this situation. Secondly, the people that driver and that bus served are working class communities in areas like Rathcoole and the Shankill, people who need to get to school, to work, to doctor's appointments. It's shameful, shameful that as a political act, people would think boarding a bus and burning it out and depriving working class people of public transport is any form of acceptable political protest. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid we do have to be honest about the context in which that's happened. It's happened in a context of increasingly inflamed rhetoric over the protocol, a set of complicated arrangements to manage our unique position post-Brexit. And what's the rest of the context? The rest of the context is that polling, multiple polls now, show increasing support for that complicated arrangement, because people here recognise that we are a complex place and Brexit has placed us in a uniquely complex and compromised position, so we do need arrangements to reflect that. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. Nothing about the way this place is governed is perfect. Nothing about Brexit is perfect. But those who amp up their rhetoric and tell people that their constitutional position or their rights are being infringed on the basis of that protocol, I'm afraid need to reflect on their language. And they also need to reflect on the fact that the democratic process allows for representation in this chamber, discussion and negotiation around protocol mitigations, which is already happening between the UK and EU. But, Mr. Speaker, I just close by saying not only were the actions of the people who boarded that bus and torched it unacceptable. The actions of those who seek to increase provocation, use inflammatory language and do things like trigger Article 16 are, I'm afraid, making this situation worse. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, following on from the remarks from my friend from South Belfast, I rise to raise the very concerning issue of the remarks made by a senior EU diplomat that we are ready for peace but prepared for war made this weekend. The use of such language is not only outrageous, it follows a pattern of language and rhetoric made by both EU officials and the likes of some Irish politicians who should know better, including Leo Varadkar and Simon Coveney, who regularly use images and facilities destroyed and attacked by Republican terrorists as so-called evidence to support their desire for the creation of the protocol. And we have seen today these are entirely counterproductive acts that has undermined the support of the Belfast Agreement itself. My party leader spoke directly to the EU ambassador to the UK, to Maros Sefcovic, to Simon Coveney and the Taoiseach about this very issue. And he has also stated to senior EU diplomats face-to-face, as have some of us, that they must be mindful of rhetoric and megaphone diplomacy, and particularly when they bypass elected representatives in Northern Ireland. That EU officials are making these remarks is, to say the least, inflammatory. To do it when what is required is a rational, fully inclusive dialogue that recognises as a starting point that for many the protocol is not working and does not enjoy the support of quite a few of us in our society, is progressively poisoning the body politic here, and indeed that has to be the starting point. Maros Sefcovic today has the opportunity to directly address these issues. All members of this Assembly should join us in asking him to do so. The people of Northern Ireland need solutions to the many problems caused by the protocol, not heightened tensions and the use of warlike language rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance to firstly wish our colleague Mr Weir a full and speedy recovery, and also address the issue of recurring violence in Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, I cannot condemn strongly enough the latest violence on our streets, including a bus hijacking and burning in Rathcoole, close to my own constituency on Sunday evening, and I would like to pass on my support to the driver of that bus and the passengers who were on that bus, who will be understandably traumatised by this deeply disturbing act of violence. Such incidents bring fear to local communities and tarnish the image of Northern Ireland to onlookers. They also seriously undermine the good work being done by good people at community level in Rathcoole and elsewhere. The latest incidents reported, like other recent outbreaks, to have been in connection to dissatisfaction with the Northern Ireland Protocol follow similar attacks only last week. Members will recall also similar violence at Easter time this year, the effects of which are still impacting the local communities where those incidents occurred. Mr Speaker, there appears to be increasing violence since the expiry of politically imposed deadlines to the Northern Ireland Protocol and issues around it. It is, for the sake of all of our local communities, now crucial that political leaders dial down the rhetoric and focus on solutions rather than setting deadlines or issuing ultimatum. When political speeches or actions raise tensions, these tensions often spill over and affect people trying to get on with their lives in their local areas. There has never been a greater need for political leaders to work together for satisfactory outcomes, avoid hype, and end the blatant destruction of public assets. These senseless acts of destruction, which could lead to death or serious injury, should be called out on every occasion, and they need to cease. Hijacking and burning a bus achieves nothing, Mr Speaker. What it does do is terrorise and frighten people who are just trying to earn a living or get home to their families or go about their daily business. And I would call for anyone with any information to these recent attacks to contact police, either directly or through Crime Stoppers, to assist in association to these actions. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
I join in the best wishes and condolences to our colleague Peter Weir. Mr Speaker, today, 34 years ago, one of the most appalling acts of IRA terrorism took place in the Poppy Day massacre in Enniskillen. And today I think of the many families, the 11 immediately dead and the family of Ronnie Hill some 13 years later. And in that context, I was utterly appalled to read the comments of our Secretary of State at the weekend to the PA, where he proclaimed in support of amnesty that the Troubles deaths were different. Troubles deaths were murder. Murder is murder. Amnesty, sadly, is therefore validation of murder. And I utterly condemn those comments and join on this day in sympathy and thought with many grieving in the Enniskillen area. Last night, we saw, on a totally different level, an incident of violence in Rathcoole. That was utterly wrong. Violence is self-defeating, although it comes within a community of Northern Ireland, which did see reward for violence through the Belfast Agreement. But it is wrong. And it is clear to me that the consequential burden on unionist politicians, which I include myself, to ensure that there is no room, there is no vacuum for such violence, is to relentlessly pursue the dismantling of the iniquitous protocol, which has wrought constitutional change. The High Court has decreed it's incompatible with Article 6 in the denial of unfettered trade, Article 6 of the Acts of Union, and therefore is impliedly repealed. So there's no point in people like Mr O'Toole pretending it hasn't made the constitutional change it has. It has transferred lawmaking powers from the United Kingdom to a foreign jurisdiction overseen by a foreign court. Of course it has made constitutional change. But fundamentally, we now have the flames fanned by the belligerent, bellicose utterances of an EU official when he talks about ready for peace but prepared for war. EU is the party that was lecturing everyone some time ago about you couldn't breach an international agreement. Now they're threatening to set aside an international trade agreement. When someone says they might exercise a power already in the protocol, that of Article 16.
Members' time's up.
16 is activated, the better. Not that it's the whole answer.
Members' time's up.
At least be a declaration of proper intent to defend the
Members' time is up.
of this United Kingdom.
Thank you. And I call... Who did I call? John O'Dowd.
I wish to raise... firstly, I wish to wish Mr Weir well and also add my condolences on the passing of his mother. But I wish to raise in the House today the disgraceful racist attack on a family in Portadown last night. A group of youths gathered outside the home of Florentina Demisha and her children and her husband and racially abused that family. They threw stones at their property, they threw other objects at their property and told them to go home. But let me tell those who were behind that attack, Florentina Demisha was home. Her home is in Ballyorn in Portadown. That's where she lives with her family. That's where her children go to school. That's where her husband goes to work and she goes to work. If those who were attacking the property were at home, it would have been a much better place than out on the streets attacking a family at night time or at any other part of the time. Ireland has a long history of people leaving these shores and establishing their home somewhere else. And we should recognise that. Those who were behind the attack obviously don't know the history of their community. That community has stood up to bigotry and sectarianism in the past, and they're not going to allow a group of individuals to terrorise or attack anyone in their midst. So I would appeal to anyone with information to bring it to the police. These same group of people have been involved in terrorising pensioners in that area and other members of the community in that area, and the fun is now up. They now have to be dealt with by the police. And I commend the local community groups, the local youth workers, the local GAA club here in Oak, just around the corner from where this attack happened, and all those who are involved in the improvement of their community in Portadown. And we have all tried to support this small group of people to divert away from what they're doing. But we can do no more. We can do no more. So it's now over to the police to deal with these individuals. And I want to send out a message of solidarity to Florentina on our family, that we recognise that you're at home and we recognise you as a neighbour and we want you to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, can I firstly condemn those responsible for that attack and also the attack in Rathcoole as well last night, and also my good wishes go to my colleague Peter Weir as well during what has been a difficult time for him. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon in memory of 12 innocent people who were callously murdered by the IRA on this day, on the 8th of November 1987. 34 years ago, whilst they attended a Remembrance Sunday service at Enniskillen Cenotaph. Today, Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with those families of Bertha and Wesley Armstrong, Samuel Galt, Jesse and Richard Johnson, John McGaw, Edward Armstrong, Ronnie Hill, William and Agnes Mullen, Alberta Quinton and Mary Wilson, for the pain that they will feel today and have felt for the last 34 years as they wait for justice. But that day left many others with life-changing and physical and mental scars. They lived, but their lives were never the same. The injuries they suffered being a daily reminder of the events of that day. Mr. Speaker, these victims were targeted by the IRA while they gathered to honour those who had fought to protect our freedoms. 34 years on, these families have not received any justice against those callous and cowardly terrorists who carried out this atrocity. Closure comes in many fronts, but for many it involves justice in a court of land. The lack of justice has made it more difficult for many of these families to move on. Today, with the Enniskillen victims in mind, I say to the Government, drawing a line under the past may be attractive to some, but for the innocent victims I have spoken to, it's not. Justice was corrupted on the day the prison gates were opened in 1998. Evil people set free while their victims still suffered. Justice was corrupted when Sinn Féin and Tony Blair dreamt out the get-out-of-jail-free cards. But to deny any victim access to justice ever again is ultimate insult to those who have suffered most. I know as time passes, so the chance of justice, but allowing murderers to stop looking over their shoulder is not right on any level. It is taking us backward, not forward. It is immoral and it flies in the face of the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, today we remember the Enniskillen bomb victims, and today we speak up for justice.
Thank you, and I call Patrick McGlone.
And could I take this opportunity, please, to sympathise with Peter Weir on the death of his mother. My sincere sympathy to you and the rest of the family, and I do wish you a good, fulsome recovery as well to Peter. Mr. Speaker, I would like to avail of this opportunity to speak about social security appeal tribunals. For those of us who have been there with individuals, they can be a traumatic and stressful event for those individuals. Indeed, many of the people whom we're representing, and some go on their own too, which is even more difficult for them. Many of the people whom we're representing have mental health issues, have anxieties, have troubles, and it can be a very emotional and stressful occasion for them. Now, as those social security appeal tribunals are starting to resurrect themselves again and start to be rerun post-COVID and post the difficulties and problems that we had in organising those social security appeal tribunals, we have now discovered that for people, especially for those PIP and DLA appeal tribunals, DLA being for children, that they have to get 5 copies of their medical records prepared and ready for the tribunal itself. Now, I look at that. That can be very, very difficult for anyone to get all that, and it can also be very expensive. And many of the people who are there with us, or indeed on their own, are of very limited means. So that in itself It's a difficulty how it's done. It's also a difficulty the cost of it being done. So the people who are often on the lowest of incomes are facing a surcharge to get their case heard at those social security appeal tribunals. I wish to put that marker down here. I wish to raise it publicly because anyone going in there on their own finds it extremely difficult. Many people with anxieties going in there, even if they are represented, find it a traumatic occasion as it is, even though the Chair and the panel members are very understanding and very respectful of those people and the issues they have. But certainly this imposition of further financial difficulties on the person with limited resources is something which needs put on record, and I certainly will be raising it with the Minister for Justice.
Thank you. And I call Paul Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the thousands of people across Northern Ireland who regularly experience migraines and yet have no protection under disability legislation here. Migraines are a form of severe headache that can often be debilitating for sufferers. Around 1 in 5 women and 1 in 18 men are affected by migraines, usually beginning in early adulthood. The condition can prevent people from carrying out their normal activities such as work or parental responsibilities, whilst common symptoms include nausea and vomiting. A migraine can cause a serious impact on a person's life, often leaving the sufferer incapacitated and alone in a quiet, dark room. In the rest of the UK, Mr Speaker, when the condition is frequent and severe, having migraines is recognised as a disability under the Equality Act 2010. However, as the vast majority of the Act does not apply in Northern Ireland, sufferers of migraines are afforded no protection here as we remain governed by the Disability Discrimination Act 1995. Whilst its definition of a disabled person is similar to the Equality Act, it is more prescriptive and thus excludes those with migraines in practice. This means that the rights of an employee who regularly has migraines are effectively denied. If an employer treats them less favourably as a result of their disability, there is no means of redress. Nor under our current law would an employer be under an obligation to make a reasonable adjustment, for example, making a quiet room available. A person may be forced to struggle onward for fear of dismissal. The Alliance Party recognises that for the past 10 years, people with disabilities here have not benefited from the enhanced protections that apply in the rest of the UK. That is why, for many years now, my party has advocated for a single Equality Act for Northern Ireland, and as Deputy Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Bill of Rights, I have spoken with many organisations and activists, including those representing those living with a disability, and it is clear that we have a lot of work to do here around rights in Northern Ireland. A Bill of Rights is an important piece of work, but the road to equality would not end with its introduction. Mr Speaker, as we approach our next mandate, we should all be reflecting on how we can best improve the lives of our constituents. And with this in mind, I would urge the next executive to make an equality bill a priority here, not least for those who suffer from severe migraines. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole Sinead Annis.
Cancorla, when I say that the Minister for Infrastructure is presiding over a crisis in our road network in Southdown and across Newry and Mourne, I am not overstating the scale of the problem. £15,000 might seem like a lot of money, and it is, but in terms of road resurfacing and what that gets you, it really is minuscule. £15,000 gets you about 3 foot. That's how much officials in the Southern Division have to spend on any one resurfacing job. Otherwise, they'll fall foul of the legal action over procurement that the department has gotten itself tangled up in, and that is really farcical, to be quite honest. And Cancorla, as I said, the road network around Southdown and Newry, it's crumbling into disrepair. And if anyone in this House thinks that I'm exaggerating for effect, let me just give you an example of the type of situation we're dealing with. I had a family from Burn contact me to say that when they were bringing their young child home from hospital by ambulance, the hospital had to actually contact the PSNI, who had a cordon off Milltown Street in Burn, so that that ambulance could avoid the myriad of potholes and sunken manhole covers in order to get that child home safely. So, I mean, if I was the Minister for Infrastructure, I'd be utterly ashamed to be presiding over a situation such as that. So, Mr Speaker, my constituents deserve to know what the Minister and the Department are going to do to end this farce. And when will the people of Southdown be assured that the department has got to grips with this situation, because, quite frankly, my constituents and the people of Southdown deserve so much better.
I call Paul Fruit.
Speaker, can I first of all wish Peter, my colleague and friend, all the best. I know he's left the chamber. In light of the British Medical Journal's recent whistleblower investigation that revealed evidence of falsifying data in pivotal Pfizer COVID vaccine trials, I believe that the Health Minister should make a statement to this House on what action he can take to assuage the concerns of people who have taken the Pfizer vaccine. I, as someone who has applauded the vaccine rollout, have witnessed somewhere along the way the vaccine rollout, the narrative change from one of promotion and encouragement to one of bullying and coercion, not least with the threats of mandatory vaccine and domestic COVID vaccine certification, which has, I believe, created a hesitancy and also a deep distrust in governments. I believe that the Health Minister should make a commitment to this House to abandon any plans that he may have to impose mandatory vaccines on workers and certification to discriminate against people, preventing them from hospitality and services. Or at the very least, Mr. Speaker, publish the evidence that demonstrates positive health outcomes out of both those measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very grateful, because I know that we're over time, so I won't use up too much of it. I want to say, firstly, to extend to Peter Weir, my colleague, his deepest sympathies on the death of his mother, and to thank those members of the House who have been in contact with me over the death of my wife's grandmother. May was a wonderful person, and we will miss her very, very much. I want to raise, sir, the issue of damp in housing executive properties. A home is somewhere that we should be comfortable, we should be safe, we should feel protected in order to raise families or live together. And yet, sir, the experience of so many people, not just in this city of Belfast, but throughout Northern Ireland, is one of homes that are below standard, that are absolutely riddled with damp. And I wonder how often all of us here can testify to the old refrain that comes whenever someone's sent out from the housing executive or a housing association, that it is simply condensation or it is simply mildew. How often have people living in homes that the walls are black with damp being told what you need to do is open a few windows? That is totally unacceptable in a modern society, and therefore I want to flag that issue up. I'm certain, given the council area that we both represented, given the constituency that we both represent, I am certain that the Minister for Communities can regale similar stories to those which I am relating here. And I therefore just want to take this opportunity to flag that issue up and to encourage the department, not to hector or to try and score points, but to encourage the department to take a much closer look at this and a much more proactive involvement. People should not, in this day and age, be living in homes like that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member, for that. And that ends the time for member statements. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion tabled by the Business Committee on amendments to the flags regulations. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly takes note of the proposed changes to the Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000 as set out in the Draft Flags Northern Ireland Amendment Regulations 2021.
And I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there will be no upper time limit for this debate. The proposer will have up to 5 minutes to propose the motion and up to 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have up to 3 minutes. I call Ms Bunting to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000 make provision in relation to the flying of flags at government buildings on specified days. Under the Flags Northern Ireland Order 2000, it is the Secretary of State who has the power to make and amend such regulations. However, in doing so, the Secretary of State is required to refer a draft of the proposed regulations to the Assembly. The Assembly must then report to the Secretary of State the views expressed in the Assembly during the debate on the proposed regulations by the date specified by the Secretary of State. So there's the process. The Secretary of State has a duty to consider the Assembly's report and may amend the proposed regulations as a result of the report before laying the regulations for approval by resolution of each House of Parliament. The Business Committee was made aware that the Secretary of State had written to the Speaker on the 13th of October 2021, advising that he intended to make 3 amendments to the Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000. The initial date provided for the Assembly to report on its views was the 27th of October 2021. However, as this did not take account of the period of recess over Halloween, the Speaker requested that the deadline be extended, and the Secretary of State subsequently extended it to the 11th of November. The Business Committee agreed to schedule this motion today to facilitate the Assembly in making its views in time for a report to be provided to the Secretary of State by this later date. The first of the proposed amendments will provide that the Union flag need not be flown on a designated day relating to a member of the royal family who has died. This will prevent the flag being flown in circumstances where there is not enough time to amend the regulations to address this occurrence. The second of the proposed amendments relates to plans following the death of the monarch and will allow for the Union flag to fly at full mast on the proclamation of a new monarch. The current regulations do not make this provision. The final proposed amendment removes His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh's birthday on the 10th of June and Her Majesty the Queen's wedding day, the 20th of November, as designated days, although the 20th of November will remain as a designated day for this year. A copy of the proposed regulations were circulated to all members last week and are available in hard copy in the Business Office. The Business Committee did not take a view on these proposals. In line with previous practice, the Business Committee instead agreed to bring forward today's motion in order to create an opportunity for members to consider the draft regulations. The official report of this debate will record the views expressed in the Assembly on the proposals. Speaking now as a DUP MLA, I wish to add that we all know that death is an unavoidable part of life. And so these regulations and such preparation for the passing of our beloved monarch are necessary. It is important that proper process is in place for the eventuality and the subsequent proclamation of our new king in what will be a time of immense sadness and mourning, both in our nation and across the world, for a remarkable woman, her strength of character, her life led as an example, and her historic reign. Nevertheless, we trust that we are making these provisions far in advance and that it will be some considerable time before they are necessary. In the interim, we wish Her Majesty a speedy recovery from her recent ill health, and from this side of the House, with heart and voice, continue to pray that in the words of the National Anthem, she is long to reign over us. God save the Queen.
Thank you, and I call John O'Dowd.
I rise to speak as a party representative as opposed to a member of the Business Committee, and I'm conscious of the sensitivity of the nature of the proposals outlined and the intentions of the proposals outlined and the consequences of those, so I am conscious of that. I just want to put a few notes on record. The flying of flags is quite clearly a very sensitive issue in this society and can cause division as well as being used to promote and honour someone as well, and we acknowledge that. There has been several attempts to bring in a process which all sections of our society can buy into. Unfortunately, that has failed thus far, and we've seen the latest version of that in terms of the FIC process, though I accept that may not necessarily have impacted on buildings such as this. But these proposals come forward from the NIO and the British Government, who have failed to recognise the element within the Good Friday Agreement of parity of esteem, and ensuring that all within our society have a recognition and a buy-in and can see in the symbolism that surrounds them that their identity is honoured and protected. And the ANIO and the British Government have failed at that miserably, and I think that has to be pointed out to Brandon Lewis. It's also worth noting that in recent days we've learned that even a strategy for the Irish language is being blocked at the executive by the DUP. The British... Oh, well, yeah. But I don't wish to get into a whole wrangle now in this.
And nor do I. What I would say to the member, and again I'm trying to say it in as sensitive a way as possible, over the course of this year, the party opposite refused to allow the placing of a stone in the grounds of this building to commemorate the centenary of Northern Ireland, an event which he and I will disagree on, but which is important to a lot of people. They refused to light up this building for the same event, while Downing Street was. Again, appreciate you're going to have a different view on the centenary than I do, and they refused to allow so much as the planting of some flowers in the grounds of this estate. So I will take from the member his view that people should be represented and their identity should be treated with respect. So should mine.
And I don't wish to divert off because it may test the patience of the Concordia, but I think where the mistake was made around the stone...
Member has an extra minute.
The members' party and other unionist parties brought forward a proposal and said this is how we're going to mark the centenary. At no stage was there any engagement with the Nationalist or Republican parties in this chamber about how to mark that event. And if you want to tell someone, or you want to give an example of why this state failed, then I think the stone is a classic example. You came forward with a proposal saying, we are doing this, it's nothing to do with you. Or if you come forward to us and says we want to have a discussion about this, I think we could have come to something there, but that's a different debate. But the point I'm making is this, in terms of the Secretary of State. The legislation in terms of languages and identity, which was supposed to be brought through Westminster, has not yet been brought either. So those are important milestones which the Secretary of State has to reach to ensure that parity of esteem, as outlined in the Good Friday Agreement, is reached. And as I said at the start of my contributions, I'm conscious that the royal family is a very, very important institution to many in this society. I note that the changes being made today relate to sad events in the past and future events that will also be sad and tragic, and I don't wish to get into embroiled in a dispute with that. But the Secretary of State has to step up to the mark in terms of parity of esteem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gordon Margaret, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm responding today on the motion on behalf of the Alliance Party as a party representative, again, not as a member of the Business Committee. I'd like to begin by paying tribute to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. He had a strong interest in Northern Ireland alongside the Queen and played an important role in building relationships and promoting reconciliation across Northern Ireland. Prince Philip also had a positive impact on many of our young people through their participation in the Duke of Edinburgh award schemes. New amendments removing Prince Philip's birthday and also Her Majesty the Queen's wedding day from the list of designated days for the flying of the Union flag are necessary arrangements that unfortunately need to be made. It is also a sad but important task to prepare for the death of a monarch, and the introduction of these further regulations would ensure that we are prepared for that sad moment. The Alliance Party policy on flags is well known by all within this chamber and beyond, and we will continue to support the flying of the Union flag on designated days, a balanced position in my own personal view, respecting current constitutional status of Northern Ireland and also equality obligations. The Alliance Party stands for a shared society, and we know that Northern Ireland works best when we acknowledge that views on issues such as flags, emblems and identity are complex, and we show respect for each other in discussions around these matters. Our stance for designated days is well known and something we will continue to support, and thus we support the regulations here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak as a member of the SDLP and not as a member of the Commission, because these regulations are not an unreasonable adjustment to the existing regulations, but nonetheless, as Mr. O'Dowd said, they were done by a solo run by previous Secretary of State Peter Mandelson and do not actually conform, I don't believe, with the true spirit of paragraph 5 of the Good Friday Agreement, where we should be using and encouraging the use of emblems and symbols in public spaces to promote mutual respect and understanding and not to cause division. And I would hope that in the publication, if it ever is published, of the FIC report, that we might actually see some work being done in order to improve understanding and not to poke, as Seamus Mann once said, not to poke each other in the eye over such matters. We have heard in recent days what the public are most interested in is about getting this place working together collaboratively in the interests of all in tackling our waiting list crisis, in tackling housing and in our economic COVID recovery. So let's hope that those are the things that we can all turn our minds to, because for too many years it's been about poking each other in the eye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Good. These updating regulations, of course, are brought about because of the sad intervention of the death of the much loved Duke of Edinburgh, and looking forward to other changes within the royal family. The Secretary of State makes these regulations, and I want to put it on record that it's a matter of regret to me that he does not adopt and follow the flag-flying policy that exists across GB in respect of this part of the United Kingdom. The Assembly Commission, of course, has the discretion to include on this building additional days. And to me, it was a matter of regret and insult, and to those I represent, that in this, the centenary year of Northern Ireland, the Assembly Commission did not have the grace to accede to the flying of the Union flag on one of the dates which marked the centenary, either the original May date or the first sitting of the Northern Ireland Parliament. But instead, we had the belligerent refusal of respect, which manifests itself also, as has been referred to, in the refusal to date of a centenary stone and even a rose bush in these gardens, in the gardens of these of Parliament buildings. So I do say to the Secretary of State that he should take the opportunity going forward to include as a standard day every year a day to mark the centenary of the creation of Northern Ireland. That would be fitting and necessary to make good on the affirmations of the Secretary of State and the United Kingdom Government of their belief in and desire for Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. So why is our centenary not one of the dates marked in the annual calendar in respect of the flying of flags on public buildings? We know why it isn't in this building, because of the bigotry of Sinn Féin, but the Secretary of State has a responsibility to right that wrong by including that day in the regular regulations which apply.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler to conclude and wind up on the debate, and the member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all those members who have made a contribution this morning. I intend to be very brief in concluding this debate. The Business Committee's intention in bringing forward this motion today was to give members an opportunity to express its views on the proposed amendments to the Flag Regulations Northern Ireland 2000. The Business Committee has not itself considered the proposal, nor has it taken a view on them. And as previously detailed, the Secretary of State wrote to the Speaker on the 13th of October asking that the Assembly considers these draft regulations, and following a request from the Speaker to extend the deadline, the Secretary of State asked for the Assembly to provide a report of its views by Thursday the 11th of November 2021. Consequently, in order to meet that deadline, the Business Committee was required to ensure that the Assembly had an opportunity to debate the proposals today. And members have now had a chance to set out their views, and I do not intend to run through them again. The official report records those views. The Business Committee has been advised, Mr Speaker, that you, the Speaker, will today send a copy of the official report to the Secretary of State, who may then choose to amend the proposed regulations before laying them for approval by resolution of each House of Parliament. On behalf of the Business Committee, I ask all members to support the motion. Speaking very briefly on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, we do echo the continued support and best wishes and speedy recovery of our monarch, Queen Elizabeth, at this time for her. I'd also like to pay tribute to Prince Philip, who selflessly supported and served the Queen and the royal family, and indeed the United Kingdom, throughout the most part of his life. And the death of the Duke of Edinburgh brought a focus for the need to bring these regulations forward. And I'm also very aware that the whole population of not just the UK but the world has become very much accustomed to the fragility of life during the COVID pandemic. Mr Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member for that. I thank all the members for their contribution. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to be prepared for the next item on the order paper.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Edwin Poots, that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, Mr Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they want to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking questions. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions won't be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period after. I now call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Edwin Poots.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to talk to the House about the recent accreditation of Glenarm Forest as Northern Ireland's first Queen's Commonwealth Canopy QCC project, where Northern Ireland will join a pan-Commonwealth network committed to save one of the world's most important natural habitats, that is forests. The QCC is a unique global network of sustainable forest conservation projects, which involves all 54 countries of the Commonwealth to conserve and protect forests for future generations. And today I am delighted to announce the successful accreditation of Glenarm Forest as Northern Ireland's first QCC project, which I had the privilege to launch on the 25th of October 2021 at Glenarm Forest. I also had the privilege of planting an oak tree at it after a stiff walk up one of the glens. In any event, to be part of the QCC requires clear commitment to forest conservation objectives, and this accreditation recognises Glenarm Forest, now dedicated to sustainable forestry, and its role in contributing to people's well-being and enjoyment for the community and for the generations to come. The accreditation of Glenarm Forest as a QCC forest is an ambitious 350-hectare initiative, which will result in an increased opportunity to link people with the forest, create new woodlands, to promote the sustainability of woodlands for social, environmental, recreational tourism that will act as a catalyst for economic benefits for the local area. Glenarm Forest is ideally suited within the wider Glenarm estate, with its rich cultural history and historic woodland. Glenarm Castle Estate is steeped in a wealth of history, culture and heritage, and attracts over 100,000 visitors annually from all over the world. At the event, invited guests were able to savour the significance of the accreditation and the wonderful forest setting. The accreditation of the QCC initiative at Glenarm Forest is a result of innovative collaboration and partnership working between Deira Forest Service and Glenarm Estate, with substantial contributions from a wide range of external and internal stakeholders. As I mentioned earlier, QCC forests are dedicated to conservation for communities and future generations, and I very much welcome the participation of local people in developing the project. I'd like to acknowledge the work and support of those involved in achieving this accolade, in particular Glenarm Estate, Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, local community groups, staff and students from Seaview Integrated Primary School and the Glenarm QCC Forest Working Group. The QCC Forest project will help to raise the awareness of the importance of forests to society and help encourage landowners to plant new woodlands in line with my department's Forest for a Future programme to plant 18 million trees by 2030. The announcement of this achievement for Northern Ireland, highlighting the importance of conserving and protecting forests on a global scale, is particularly timely, with the UK hosting the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties COP26 in Glasgow from the 31st of October to 12th of November 2021. This very significant summit aims to accelerate action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, members, the purpose of this statement is to rightly recognise the recent accreditation of Glenarm Forest and Northern Ireland's first QCC project. I am delighted for Northern Ireland and Glenarm Forest to join the QCC network to conserve and protect forests for the benefit of communities and future generations, which creates a physical and lasting legacy of the Queen's leadership of the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We now move on to a period of questions, and the first person on my list is the Chair of the Committee, Mr Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his statement, and the Minister will know that in the past that Ireland, the island of Ireland, was the most forested part of Europe, but unfortunately we have the distinction now of being the least forested part, and there are some great initiatives taking place even down in my own constituency, where we have done Moyle and Altmore, and indeed most recently there's proposals on the table for Seskinore Forest. But could the Minister give us an outline as to what role this forest in Glenarm and indeed any other forest developments across the north can play in promoting and protecting biodiversity here? Thank you.
Well, forests themselves can become monocultures and not assist biodiversity, and that's why we need a range of things which will help develop biodiversity. And one of the important things as we seek to tackle climate change is that we seek to ensure that biodiversity goes hand in hand with that, and ensure that we have that wide range of biodiversity. So, for example, Northern Ireland has far more hedgerows than probably anywhere in the world, but certainly across these islands. And that is a major asset to our biodiversity, for wildlife, for birds, for other wildlife, and that is something which we're promoting. But in terms of this particular issue, the planting of trees, and we have set our target of 18 million by 2030. We've made a significant start to that, and that is something which is getting real traction out there, and has been responded to very positively. And this is another boost for us. And having a forest here which has got the Queen's Canopy recognition enables us as part of the Commonwealth to demonstrate our thanks on one hand for the work of Her Majesty, and on the other hand do something which is really for the future, and that is planting trees which all of our community can benefit from.
Mr Thomas Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement to the House today. Would the Minister agree that this initiative by Her Majesty further demonstrates the Royal Family's appreciation of nature, the need for climate change, and indeed the need to protect our environment?
Absolutely, and I think His Royal Highness Prince Charles got a lot of criticism back in the 1980s, and he was way ahead of his time on a whole series of issues. And more recently, we had Prince William and Princess Kate leading on the event, which recognised things that people were doing to help our environment. And I was delighted that there was people locally were identified for the work that they're doing on renewable energies. And we can be well placed, whether it's in tree planting, renewable energies, a whole series of things, to be doing the right thing on the environment and ensuring that we leave this world that we entered in a better state environmentally, and that's a real goal for all of us.
Mrs Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Thank you. Minister, you referred to Glenarm Forest as Northern Ireland's first Queen's Commonwealth Canopy. Can you inform us if you at present have other locations where the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy project will be identified for?
This is the first. We are capable of applying for further. It's not an easy thing to achieve, and therefore there's a considerable amount of work that has to be done to ensure that you will be successful. But we have been successful in this one, and I'm very happy that is the case. And we will look positively on seeing if we could identify other places which may be suitable, where we could work with the Royal Household in bringing forward further Queen's Commonwealth canopies in Northern Ireland.
Mr John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the information provided in the statement. In addition to the issues raised around the scheme of the canopy, and we welcome the good news for the scenic town of Glenarm, Principal Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister if additional schemes such as trying to address the provision of trees in urban streets is being looked at? And I ask this, Principal Deputy Speaker, because coincidentally, when the statement was first scheduled here, a colleague in Belfast City Council raised this issue with me to try and increase forestation in our urban areas.
We have had a decent response from councils, or some councils, and I believe Belfast City Council, for example, want to plant 1 million trees, which would be hugely beneficial for the lungs of the city, and I would be very supportive of them in the work that they do. When it comes to streetscapes, DFI is obviously the lead government department. But anything I can do to assist in such, I'd be very happy to do so. And I think that tree-lined streets really are something which sets the city off, in my opinion. So the more of them that we could achieve in Belfast or any other city, the better, in my opinion.
Mr William Humphrey.
Thank you, Minister, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister indeed for his statement here today, very encouraging. Minister, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Ballysillan Primary School in my constituency, which recently received the Queen's Canopy tree for the city of Belfast, and I was privileged with the Deputy Lieutenant, Mr Dawson Stelfax, and some pupils to be involved in planting that tree. As Chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association here at Stormont, can I welcome this announcement? It is something which we great to see Northern Ireland joining with the rest of the Commonwealth in such an initiative. Can I ask the Minister to outline the benefits that this will have for the area around Glenarm and East Antrim in terms of the environment, tourism and indeed the local community?
Well, currently Glenarm Castle has around 100,000 visitors because the forest is open to people. I'd say a lot of us have the habit of, whenever we take a run up the coast road, of just driving through Glenarm and not actually realising there's an absolute peril there to be stopped at. So I would hope that this will be a major incentive for Glenarm to be a go-to destination and not a drive-through destination, where we have many hundreds of thousands of people using that facility and not just 100,000.
Mr. Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Glenarm Forest is a popular local asset, and indeed this scheme will improve it and enhance it for the benefit of locals and indeed those further afield. And I welcome the accreditation to the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy scheme. But there's been many involved in this. The Glenarm Estate, local council, community groups and Seaview Integrated Primary School. So can the Minister advise what role his department played in it, and can he give any pointers to others who might be wanting to consider a scheme for their own local forest?
This idea was brought to me, and I suggested it to the Chief Executive of the Forest Service, who embraced it and took it forward, John Joe Boyle, a citizen of the Glens, by the way. But that was taken forward and led by our department. All of these organisations were brought in to assist, and we were very grateful for everybody who participated in the project. It was great to see the school children from Seaview Integrated Primary School up there planting a tree alongside the one that I was planting, and it's a demonstration of good cross-community working in that area to do something which will actually be of real benefit to the area. So having all of the players there is critically important in any other area that might want to take such a scheme forward.
Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement to the House? Minister, will this project provide protection for ancient woodlands in the area and lead to increased woodland cover, bearing in mind that Northern Ireland is still one of the least tree-covered areas in GB or Europe?
Yes, it will, and in that area, one of the things that will be happening is that some of the coniferous trees that are currently in the woodland will be removed, and broad-leaved indigenous trees will be planted. So this is going to lead not just to new planting, but it will also lead to an enhancement of the woodland that actually exists there. And there's a significant course of work to ensure that this is a qualitative facility and will be a qualitative woodland which won't be around for the next 20 years, but for many hundreds of years.
Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I also join members in welcoming the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy accreditation for Glenarm Forest in the constituency of East Antrim, and indeed to acknowledge the number of visitors that go there and will enjoy this forest many years into the future. However, Minister, this stands in stark contrast to the situation also in East Antrim at Woodburn Forest, where trees were removed to facilitate a futile attempt to explore for oil close to the public water supply. Concern indeed remains for the replacement trees at Woodburn, which are far from thriving. What action, Minister, will you take to protect and expand all of our forests across Northern Ireland?
Well, the issue around Woodburn is something that predates my period as Minister, and I would welcome any correspondence that the member might wish to contact me with, because at this point I haven't received anything from him in relation to Woodburn. In terms of forests across Northern Ireland, we have set out our target of 18 million additional trees being planted across Northern Ireland. That is no small thing, and I'd say that there's organisations who are working extremely well with us, one of them being Northern Ireland Water, who may be criticised for other things. But in terms of where they're going in planting trees, and indeed in the work that they're doing on renewable energy, I would have to give them high praise, because they're doing tremendous work on that. So, we have a course of work on forests. We have invested considerable additional money over my period as Minister for the Environment into more trees and into the Forest Service. And that is now a policy direction that I would hope whoever holds this office in future decades will carry on.
Mr. Jim Allister.
I welcome this accolade and opportunity for Glenarm. I want to ask the Minister about something maybe somewhat related. New decade, new approach ushered the Minister back into office. Amongst its many promises was a reference to a project that it grandly titled the Great Ulster Forest. What has become of that project? Indeed, what is it?
Well, the Great Ulster Forest was never perceived to be one forest. It was to be a series of wooded areas across Northern Ireland. And of course the work that we have commenced on tree planting will greatly assist us in delivering on that NDNA commitment, and that is something that we are currently working on.
Mr. Patsy McClone.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and glad to see projects like this receiving support, Mr. Minister. But could you advise us just in terms of overall afforestation? Do you see afforestation and the role it could have as part of support for the just transition for many farming families?
Yes, and I welcome the member seeking a just transition, and I hope that he will help us ensure that there is a just transition and not be persuaded by people who don't understand agriculture to do something different. In terms of afforestation, we're looking at how we can support people to plant in riparian boundaries, to be planting out woodlands in areas which aren't used as much on the farms and so forth, so that it will have least impact upon their production. But then there's going to be other opportunities where people make that switch from food production to forestry, and we have supported people in doing that as well. So it is about working with the people in the agricultural sector to ensure that they get the right fit for what they do. But what we must do, and all of us must do, is ensure that we support our rural dwellers, and within supporting those rural dwellers, we support that agricultural community who have contributed so much over the years to jobs, to well-being, and indeed to the health of our environment, and have so much more to contribute. Farmers are not the enemy of the environment, farmers are the friend of the environment, and we should not be the enemy of farmers, therefore.
No other member has risen in their place or indicated to me that they wish to ask a question beyond those who already have. Members, I've been advised that there is presently no statement available in relation to the British Irish Council meeting. We will therefore move on after a 15-minute suspension, and hopefully the Communities Minister will be able to join us at that point. So the sitting is, by leave of the House, suspended for 15 minutes. Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to place on record, obviously as Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure, how unacceptable it is that here we are in the House and what should be a ministerial statement from the Infrastructure Minister, and yet to date we as members have not yet seen this statement, never mind the business of the House and how that's been impacted by a delay in it coming before the Assembly.
The member has placed his remarks on the record, and they'll be there for all time for everyone to see. I think it is important that ministers, all ministers, regardless of party affiliation, should provide advance notification of the content of ministerial statements. I think that's a courtesy to the House, and as I say, the member's remarks are now on the record. So, by leave of the Assembly, we'll suspend for 15 minutes. Thank you, members.
Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Thank you, members. The sitting is now resumed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Support for Mortgage Interest, etc. Security for Loans Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move the first stage.
Thank you. I beg to introduce the Support for Mortgage Interest, Security for Loans Bill.
Thank you, Minister. Could I ask the Clerk to please read the long title?
A bill to provide for loans under Article 13 of the Welfare Reform on Work Northern Ireland Order 2016 to be charged on land and for the charges to be registrable in the Statutory Charges Register.
Thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage and it will now be printed. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Health to extend the committee stage of a bill. Can I ask the Clerk to please read that motion?
That, in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 20th of January 2022 in relation to the committee stage of the Adoption and Children Bill.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Mr Colin Gildernew, to open the debate on the motion. Mr Gildernew.
The Adoption and Children Bill passed second stage on the 5th of October 2021 and was referred on for committee stage the following working day. The purpose of this bill is to reform adoption law here in the North, to implement the proposals in the Adopting the Future strategy that require primary legislation, and to make amendments to the Children NI Order 1995, the Children Order, to improve outcomes for looked after children and young people who have left care. The bill is a large bill, with 160 clauses and 5 schedules. It is disappointing that the committee does have a very limited time to consider such a detailed and large bill. This is on top of scrutinising another 5 and possibly 6 bills. The committee has received a number of written responses to the bill and will begin oral evidence sessions on the 25th of November. As I have mentioned previously, the committee is seeking this extension due to the extremely heavy workload in front of the committee and the size of the bill. This workload has meant the committee has to meet twice a week to be able to consider all the evidence for these bills and to be able to get the bills through committee stage before the end of January. The committee is therefore requesting an extension to 28th of January 2022. This proposed extension will allow us as much time as possible for detailed consideration while balancing considerations of other bills. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Mr Gildernew. It's been brought to my attention that we are presently without quorum in the chamber. Quorum is 10, and I see 2, 4, 6, 7 of us, a magnificent 7. I therefore suggest that we sound the division bells in order to summon a quorum to the chamber. Just one moment, members. Thank you, members. We've now reached quorum, and therefore the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members would just take their leave for a few moments, we'll move on to the next item on the order paper. If members just take their leave. Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Education Curriculum, CPR and AED Bill. I call Mr Colin McGrath to move the second stage.
So moved, Mr Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
The second stage of the Education Curriculum, CPR and AED Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this particular debate. I therefore call upon Mr McGrath to open the debate on the bill. Mr McGrath.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank you for allowing me to address this packed House, although I will accept that it is lunchtime and that members will note that the business has been changed around today. But in bringing forward the second stage of this bill, I want to pay particular tribute to the efforts of those that have helped in the drafting of it, and that is to Fergal McKinney and Denise McAnina from the British Heart Foundation. And I also wish to express my thanks to Claire and Melissa Doyle, who are a mother and daughter, who spoke so powerfully at our public listen-in event about their experience of CPR and its capacity to save lives. Also, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in the last few hours today, a group of students from St Mary's High School in Downpatrick have been in the Long Gallery learning these key critical life-saving skills. There have even been some MLAs and party support staff in attendance as well. Such is the importance of this training, and I want to express my thanks to fellow MLAs Robbie Butler and Chris Little, who co-sponsored that event for me today. 5.5 years ago, I rose to my feet in this chamber to make my maiden speech, and the issue at hand then was the one of illegal drugs. It was and remains my view that government had a crucial role to play in ensuring a joined-up approach to that issue. And as I say, that in that matter of drug prevention, education was key. And I mention that by way of an introduction because in bringing forward the second stage of the Education Curriculum, CPR and AED Bill, while this is indeed a matter of health, it remains my firm view that education has a most crucial and critical role to play. The statistics are clear for all of us to see, and they are shocking. 1,400 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests each year in the north, and less than 1 in 10 will survive. Now let's put that into perspective of this chamber. If the 90 of us MLAs were to have a cardiac arrest, only 9 of us would survive. That's what the numbers are. I would also like to point out that women are less likely to survive an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest because women are less likely across the world to receive CPR from a bystander. So we have a gender-based difference in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Studies 2 years ago showed that survival from the time of cardiac arrest to admission to hospital was 34% in women and 37% in men. From admission to discharge from hospital, 37% in women, but 52% in men. If we have learned anything over the past 2 years, it's that our health service is a very precious thing, and there is a duty upon all of us to ensure that it is not overwhelmed. There is a finite line between those in our health service, or that those in our health service walk between ensuring its stability and it falling into chaos. Of the 1,400 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests each year, 80% of these take place in the home. Now, we know that our ambulance service play a critical role in our health service and do so admirably.
but they are stretched to their limit. If we look particularly at many rural areas in the north, including my own constituency of South Down, we have seen instances where, tragically, individuals have died because the ambulance simply could not reach them in time. This is not said to criticise the work of the ambulance service, but rather simply to illustrate the very real pressure on our health service at this moment. I think each of us would agree that within health, something deep-rooted needs to change. Anything that we can do to ease the pressures on the service will be of benefit, whether that is preventative healthcare, active travel initiatives such as those the Infrastructure Minister is bringing forward, or in this case, training a new generation in critical life-saving skills so that we are not totally dependent on an already stretched ambulance service when someone does take a cardiac arrest. In seeking to bring forward this bill, I looked at the examples set by other countries across the world. The examples are numerous, however, the one that I want to focus on at the moment is that of Denmark. In 2005, Denmark launched a national effort to teach its residents to perform CPR to save people who suffer a cardiac arrest outside of hospital. The effort included mandatory training for elementary school students, actually making it mandatory for drivers to learn these skills when applying for a driving licence, distributing instructional training kits, offering telephone guidance to bystanders, and placing AEDs in more public places. A medical study published in the New England Journal of Medicine looked at out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in Denmark between 2001 and 2012. And in that period, the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest numbers remained stable, but the percentage surviving to 30 days increased from 3.9% to 12.4%, with recipients of bystander CPR more likely to survive to that 30-day threshold. What is particularly interesting is that the rate of bystander CPR increased from 66% to 80%, and overall mortality decreased from 18% to 8%. When we look at cardiac arrest, there is a further implication that must be considered, and that is the level of oxygen that is able to get to the brain. In those moments when someone does take a cardiac arrest, every second that the brain loses oxygen is precious. If CPR is not administered and an AED is not accessible within 3 minutes, there will be a substantial lack of oxygen to the brain called hypoxia. If CPR is not administered and an AED not accessible within 4 minutes, this will cause anoxic brain injury, which is a total lack of oxygen to the brain. The resultant damage is potentially irreparable, so that even should the patient recover from the cardiac arrest, they will be left potentially in a coma. Even if they are resuscitated, the hypoxia may have caused damage to their temporal lobe, causing memory loss. They may suffer muscle control, muscle contractions, incontinence, impaired speech, changes in personality, and further disorientation. The result is someone needing expensive additional care for much of their life, and all because a trained responder was unable to get to them within 3 minutes. The ripple effect of a cardiac arrest and the precious time we have to respond is extensive. However, the medical study that I referenced also discussed this issue. When looking to Denmark, the authors found that the risk of anoxic brain damage or nursing home admission was also significantly lower in those who received bystander CPR. The authors wrote that their findings underscore the need to implement or improve strategies that help bystanders initiate CPR and strategies that facilitate public access to AEDs. Just to look at defibrillators themselves, before I return to the Denmark issue, I think it would be amiss not to note, when discussing the provision of AEDs, let us never forget that the inventor of the portable AED was one Professor Frank Pantridge, a Northern Ireland physician and cardiologist. He has been titled as the father of emergency medicine, and surely someone each of us can rightly pay tribute to. But back to Denmark, and between 2006 and 2011, the number of registered AEDs in Denmark increased from approximately 3,000 to nearly 15,000. An AED registry was formed in 2007 in Copenhagen that established a platform to register the location and accessibility of AEDs. This registry was expanded to a nationwide level in 2010. Now, this may all seem very technical and removed from our experience, but it is actually something that has been practised here in the north and in my own constituency of South Down right now in the town of Newcastle, the beautiful seaside tourist location. Following the tragic death of a local resident in 2017 who had been struck by a car and died before an AED could be administered, the local Lions Club began a campaign to fundraise to purchase an AED so that this type of incident would not happen again. This incredible example of local grassroots community action resulted in the purchase of not 1 or 2 or 3, but 10 AEDs for the town, making it now quite possibly one of the safest places in Ireland should you require an AED. And much like in Denmark, there are now local volunteers on the ground who register them, monitor them and organise their replacement or repair should it be necessary. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, a local community achieved that in under 3 years. And while members have just been treated to a science lesson in cardiac arrest, I don't want to move into a history lesson, but suffice to say that the collapse of these institutions and to those threatening to collapse them, look what can be achieved in under 3 years. Think of the lives that have been saved as a result and ask yourself honestly, what are those lives worth to you? These are the raw statistics and they speak for themselves. When we introduce CPR training and AED awareness to as many people as possible, the direct and indirect consequences are that we ease the pressure on our health service. We reduce the number of people waiting for a hospital bed, and for those that would potentially have to adjust to a life in a care home, this is prevented and mental health is supported. Most importantly, though, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we save lives. So the question is, what are we to do? In bringing forward this legislation, I gave prior notice to the Education Committee and presented to them. I met with Minister McIlveen and spoke to her about my intention to bring forward this bill as well. What I have witnessed is phenomenal cross-party support, and I want to recognise that and express my thanks to my own party colleagues who could not have been more supportive, and to all the parties that I have engaged with so far who have fully supported the intention of the bill. I say the intention because I do appreciate that for the Minister, the actual outworking of this bill is something that the Department may struggle with. I appreciate that and I understand that. What we are talking about is introducing a mandatory element to our curriculum, and I appreciate that some are not comfortable with that. In saying this, I recognise that the Minister has issued a notice to all post-primary schools that it is the Department's expectation that all post-primary schools will deliver CPR training within the curriculum at Key Stage 3. I applaud this and I welcome this, and I believe it to be an important step. But while it may be a step for the Department, it is not the giant leap that we need. Politics is so often transitory. If we should see a future Education Minister who does not see things as the current Minister does, this expectation could be rolled over and we could be back to square one. Further to that, yes?
Just want a little clarification. What the member is saying is, and it's quite clear from the 2006 order, that under clause 7.2, the Minister could, by order, do what the member is looking for. Are you saying there's been a refusal to do that? Because would that not be a quicker route than this legislative route, which compels that which the Minister may be willing to do?
I thank the member for his intervention. I suppose maybe just the easiest way to put it is that in working with the previous Education Minister, and not to talk about somebody in their absence, but I'll go anyway, we weren't getting much progress with this ministerial intervention to deliver it. The new Minister has introduced the request to schools to carry this out, but it does not have a legislative base. This would actually provide the legislative base that, regardless of who the Education Minister is, this must be taught within schools. So it's that difference between it being asked and it being a definite legislative request. If I really must, yes.
clear. 7.2 of the 2006 order is pretty clear. The Department may, by order, specify in relation to an area of learning and pupils in a key stage such minimum content as it considers appropriate. So if the Minister is persuaded by your argument, she could do it by an order. Is that not correct?
Thank you, Mr. Gate. I think the key word is may, and that may, this Minister may, but the next Minister may not. If we actually put it in legislation that it must, then it means that moving forward that this will actually take place. So it's the difference between it being an option. And I applaud our current Minister for picking up the mantle and introducing this within schools, but it could be reversed by a future Minister, whereas if we have it in legislation, then it can't be reversed. It would require legislation to actually undo what we're doing here today. Further to that, in preparing this legislation, consultation with the teaching unions has been carried out, but I have not heard if that is the case with the Minister's expectation that has been delivered, but I know that in my work with the unions that they are happy that this would be included. And as I say, finally, allowing an opt-in system, even one which will form part of ETI inspections, remains just that. It's an opt-in system. Therefore, the bill which I seek to introduce recognises and welcomes the step by the Education Minister, but it does take that leap that we actually need. In many ways, the two complement each other, and I do hope that the Minister is able to support the bill today. Should the bill pass this stage and eventually be enacted, this will mean that every part of these islands will have mandatory CPR training and AED awareness in schools. And personally, I find that there something to be very welcome. Now, we all know that schools are stretched as it is. The needs of our children and young people are complex. And cognizant of this, I carried out an extensive 8-week consultation with the public to gain their views on the bill that I am proposing. The findings are stark as the statistics, and I have quoted in relation earlier to the cardiac arrest. 983 individuals responded to the online consultation. The respondents range from students of school age to parents, grandparents, guardians, school staff, medical professionals, sporting officials and beyond. I would like to detail some of the responses to our survey in case any member has concerns over what the public view of such a bill would be. Of the 983 responses, 963 thought that it was important for young people to have knowledge of CPR skills and awarenesses of AED by the time they leave primary education. 979 thought it was important for young people to have knowledge of CPR skills and AEDs by the time they left post-primary education. 903 thought that in post-primary in school they should receive the training once a year, every year. 964 felt the government had a responsibility to ensure that this training was provided. And 929 felt that CPR training and AED awareness was as important or more important than academic subjects.
I think that's a good point at which we can suspend this item of business, because obviously it's 2 minutes to 2 and question time to the Executive Office commences at 2. Once we finish question time, the member will be the first person to speak when this debate resumes. Thank you, members. Just allow for a change at the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members. Sitting is resumed. It's now time for questions to the Executive Office. Questions 6, 7, 13 and 15 have been withdrawn, and I call Andrew Muir to ask the first question. Andrew Muir.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy First Minister.
With your permission, I'll answer questions 1 and 12 together. The delivery of the Coronavirus Travel Agent Support Scheme is now complete and has paid out £1.2 million in support to our travel agents who have faced losses as a result of the pandemic. Payments have been made to all applicants who have met the eligibility criteria of the scheme. The scheme was one element in a wider support package provided to businesses. An unprecedented range and volume of financial support has been provided throughout the COVID-19 period since March 2020. This has all been aimed at preventing businesses from closing and protecting as many jobs and livelihoods as possible. While there is no consideration being given to a further specific scheme for travel agents by TEO, the Executive has funded in full the Department for the Economy's comprehensive Economic Recovery Action Plan for this financial year. The Executive has also agreed the COVID Recovery Plan, which is designed to accelerate economic health and societal recovery to deliver sustainable economic development for all.
Supplementary, Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her response in relation to the support for travel agents. The ability to travel safely around Northern Ireland is of paramount importance. Will the Deputy First Minister join with me in condemning the hijacking of yet another bus last night, wishing the driver and the passenger well in terms of a speedy recovery after what was a horrendous incident, and join with me and others in calling for the rule of law to be upheld throughout Northern Ireland?
Thank you to the member for that question, and absolutely concur with everything that he said. I mean, the burning of buses, whether that be in Newtownards or Rathcoole or anywhere else, is just totally unacceptable. And of course, I'm sure everybody in this chamber would want to send our thoughts to the bus drivers involved and also those people that were also taken off the bus, because this is dangerous activity, it's reckless activity, and it should be condemned rightly by everybody across this society. There can be no going back, and I think what we need today is calm and steady leadership, and what we need today is less of the sabre rattling and more of political leadership whenever it comes to ensuring that this type of activity is not on our streets.
Supplementary, Paul Fruit.
Speaker, no doubt this money was very slow getting down onto the ground to the people who needed it, not least the travel agents. But what discussions, Minister, is taking place with our sovereign government in order to bring reassurance to both travel agents and travellers that they won't be impeded unnecessarily from travelling and leaving these shores?
There's a range of meetings happen between our own local ministers here and both ministers in Westminster. Indeed, we engage regularly with Scotland and Wales also in terms of travel, particularly within the common travel area, and try to find common ground. We obviously understand that this is a sector that's been really hardly hit. The tourism sector as a whole has been really hard hit. So I'm glad to say that we have been able to support businesses somewhat. Obviously, we'd always want to do more, but unfortunately it isn't always within our capacity to be able to do that. But we have reached out to, I think it's over 165 of the travel agents who are actually able to avail of the scheme. So I'm glad to say that's the case, and that money has all been paid out. And I think there's a number of or maybe perhaps a number of applications still being assessed, but I'm glad to say the support has got out to the industry, and going forward we need to look about how we can help this industry.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Can I ask, why is the support for the financial support for travel agents the responsibility of the Executive Office rather than the Department for the Economy?
Can I welcome the member to her new role as Chair of the TEO Committee, and look forward to working with you. In terms of our own selves taking forward this scheme, it happened at a time whenever this sector was left out of every other scheme that was developed. That's actually unfair to say that, but they were able to avail of a range of other supports that were offered. However, I think that in this case we couldn't, travel didn't necessarily sit under other departments, and certainly the Department of the Economy refused to bring forward a scheme, so the Executive Office stepped in and brought forward the scheme.
Thank the Joint First Minister for her update on the scheme so far. Can I ask her what other to detail what other support has been made available to the sector?
Thanks for the question. I can say that, as the member knows and as everybody in this chamber knows, that we brought forward unprecedented number of interventions and packages of financial support over the COVID pandemic period, particularly from March 2020. And that has included the delivery of business-related support, which has provided more than £500 million of much-needed funds to support local businesses from all sectors and all occupations. Our primary aim was to help these businesses survive the pandemic and to protect as many jobs as possible. In terms of the specifics around the member's question, some travel agents, as I said previously, were able to avail of other schemes. We had the 10k Small Business Support Scheme, which some were able to avail of, the 25,000 Retail, Hospitality, Tourism and Leisure Schemes, the Localised Restrictions Support Scheme, the Micro Business Hardship Fund, and then more recently the COVID Restrictions Business Support Scheme. My colleague, the Minister for Finance, made available further top-up payments of 5,000 and 10,000 for businesses which had received grants during the first lockdown, and travel agencies operating in retail premises also benefit from the 100% rates holiday for 12 months, which was also extended into the 21-22 year. So just to say, we understand how challenging a time this has been for the wider economy, and the reverberations of that for years to come no doubt will be felt, but we are committed as an executive to make sure we can protect those most vulnerable, and which also we're determined to ensure that we drive forward the recovery plan, which helps to accelerate growth in our economy, also health and societal recovery.
Colin McNesbitt.
May I join the Deputy First Minister in condemning the attacks on the buses in Rathcoole and in Newton Ards? But would she join me in condemning the EU official who is quoted as saying that they are prepared for peace but ready for war?
Can I say that anybody who holds public office need to be very careful in terms of the language which they use? I note the comment that the member is referring to. It is not attributed to anybody, so I don't know where it's coming from, but language of that nature isn't appropriate in any shape or form.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Question 2.
The First Minister and I hosted a roundtable discussion on the 14th of October with representatives of the 6 institutions identified in the Hart Report as being responsible for systemic failings, and asked to make appropriate contributions to the overall cost of the Historical Institutional Abuse Redress Scheme. The focus of the engagement was to progress discussions on contributions, seeking support from all representatives for a fair and equitable approach. The conversation was constructive, I have to say, and it was forward-looking. This work will be taken forward at pace, with separate bilateral discussions with the respective institutions already underway, and that's being led by our independent facilitator, Paul Sweeney. Victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse have our full support, and we're determined that they will receive the acknowledgement, support and redress that they deserve for the pain that they have lived with over many years. Acceptance of responsibility from all concerned and recognition of the harm caused are both crucial in helping victims and survivors to move forward with their lives. We have made good progress in the last year with redress payments being made to victims and survivors, but we must continue the momentum towards the full implementation of the outstanding recommendations in the Hart Report, including on the contributions from the institutions.
Stephen Dunn, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Can I ask her just for an update on the review of the compensation process as announced in July of this year to try and speed up the application process for survivors and families of such abuse?
Thank you. I can't remember if I have previously welcomed you to the Chamber. I just want to say you're very welcome, and had a good working relationship with your father, and I hope that we can also share that good relationship. You will be aware that back in the Assembly on the 5th of July, a motion was passed calling for a review of the redress process, and I was able to respond to that motion at that time. And to support the importance of it, 18 months on, of examining the experiences of the redress process and also making improvements that are identified as being needed. Our officials have held a series of engagement meetings with the victims and survivors groups to discuss the terms of reference for the review. The draft terms were shared with the groups for consideration in late October, followed by a short series of meetings and calls with key groups representatives before the terms of reference were put to ministers for approval.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Joint First Minister for the answers to the question so far.
Deputy First Minister, why have the victims of HIA still not received a public apology, and where do the blockages lie in that regard?
I think that, as I said in my initial answer, it's so crucially important that we continue to make progress on all these things, and they're all interlinked. So I'm pleased to report that significant progress has been made across a whole range of the key recommendations. However, officials in consultation with the Commissioner for Survivors and Childhood Abuse, so COSIGA, are working on the proposals for the content and timing of a public apology, and that builds on our understanding of the importance of approaching an apology with care but also with sensitivity, and rooting it in the experience of HIA victims and survivors. An apology project group has been established and is operational. The group discusses practical arrangements with a focus on ensuring that victims and survivors are supported before, during and after the apology has been made. A number of engagements with representative groups took place during September and also in early October, and I think it's fair to say that these have been challenging but also very constructive engagements. Officials have also arranged meetings with representatives of the 6 relevant institutions and government departments referenced in the Hart report, and engagement with groups highlighted the need to consider how the review of the HIA redress process sits alongside apology delivery. So it's our intention to work towards a timely apology being given to victims and survivors, and this means that ministers can engage with victims and survivors in person in an appropriate and also, most importantly, in a meaningful way.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answers in relation to the apology. In particular, I wonder, could you provide the House with an update on the work around historical clerical child sex abuse? Thank you.
I just have information in terms of today, in terms of the work that we're doing with the institutions, and we've been engaging with the 6 institutions. Just to say who that is, it's Bernardo's, it's the De La Salle Order, it's the Sisters of Nazareth, Sisters of St Louis and the Good Shepherd Sisters, and then the Church, Irish Church missions. And I'm really pleased to say that work's been progressing good, but none of these things can be divorced from each other. And certainly victims groups from different who've been hurt in different ways, or perhaps by different organisations, are watching what's happening across the board. So I'll provide in writing a more detailed piece for the member.
Call John Stewart.
First Minister, a lot of very powerful and wealthy institutions were responsible for this institutional abuse. What legal powers does the Northern Ireland Executive have to compel such institutions to compensate victims?
So can I firstly say that we're hoping that we're able to get goodwill, and these institutions will work with the Executive, and that's the work that's underway at this moment in time. And I'm glad to say that we have our independent facilitator, following on from the meeting that we did, a larger group meeting, that they're actually working individually with each one of the organisations that I just previously mentioned. And I think what's important is that we get people to buy into the fact that they have a responsibility to respond here, both with financial redress but also the apology and everything else in terms of support services. So that's a very focused conversation that's happening, and we expect to get a readout of that over the course of the next couple of weeks, and then we can progress this on to the next stage. I hope we don't ever have to reach for legal powers, but if we have to, then so be it. But I really hope that we don't do that to victims and survivors, or certainly that the institutions don't force us to do that to victims and survivors.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
With your permission, again, I'll answer questions 3 and number 9 together. In relation to support for the bereaved, the First Minister and I are extremely sympathetic to the issues affecting bereaved victims and survivors, and we're very keen to address their needs and acknowledge the ongoing loss that's been felt by many. We were delighted to be able to announce the reopening of the VSS scheme for bereaved victims in April, meaning that the new VSS clients are able to access financial support as of the 27th of October this year. Payments have been made to 3,470 individuals, 686 of whom were new clients. In addition to this financial assistance, all victims and survivors have full access to the frameworks of services and support which are designed to meet needs in relation to psychological therapies, persistent pain, disability support, education and training and advocacy. We are committed to ensuring that the needs of all victims and survivors are met as part of the forthcoming new strategy for victims and survivors, and the needs for bereaved individuals will be fully considered as the strategy is developed. In relation to the request for an update on discussions on funding for the Victims Payment Scheme for Permanent Disablement, it remains our shared view that adequate funding for the duration of the scheme should come from Westminster. In response to the NIO's refusal to contribute towards the funding of the scheme, the Finance Minister, on behalf of the Executive, commenced the dispute resolution process that is set out in the Statement of Funding Policy. The dispute resolution process is currently ongoing and no final decisions have been taken by Treasury. The Finance Minister will continue to make representations to the Treasury on behalf of the Executive in relation to the funding of the scheme. However, our argument remains clear that the NIO designed the scheme and legislated for it. The scheme that they designed was significantly broader in scope than what was agreed in the Stormont House Agreement. It therefore has imposed additional costs on the Executive which the NIO and the Treasury should cover.
Jonathan Buckley, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister will be acutely aware of the hurt and distress delays to this payment has caused to victims of Troubles-related incidents. So can the Minister assure the House today that in terms of new applicants coming forward that there will be no other or anticipate any other further delay? And also could the Minister maybe give an update to the House regarding the progress in an appointment of a Victims Commissioner?
So just in terms of the first point, I'm glad to say that we have secured, despite the ongoing conversations that we're having with the Treasury, we have secured 19 million for the 21-22 financial year, and we also had established the 6.7 million set-up costs, so there's no delay in terms of that, and whilst we pursue the dispute resolution with the Treasury. And then in terms of the development of the new Commissioner, I'm glad to say that we are making progress, that the recruitment process is well underway. We expect the new Commissioner to be appointed within the next 3 months. And in the meantime, we recognise that continuity is really important for victims and survivors, and we've ensured that an interim arrangements are in place with the Commission to allow the provision of continued support for victims and survivors. And the service itself will also continue to deliver its services to victims and survivors which are tailored to individual needs.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And Corlin, I thank the Joint Minister for her update on the Victims Payment Scheme. Would the Minister agree that not only is the British Government reneging on its responsibilities on the Victims Payment Scheme, but it also continues to renege on its responsibilities regarding a legacy process for victims?
Yeah, I mean, as the member knows, a way forward for dealing with legacy was agreed by the main parties, the Irish Government and the British Government, back in Stormont House in December 2014. And for the last 7 years, the British Government have reneged on its commitments and blocked progress towards the establishment of the agreed legacy mechanisms. Victims have raised their concerns time and time again, and yet the British Government remain tone deaf. They have not only been rejected locally by victims, the NGOs and political parties, but internationally by UN experts and the Council of European Commissioner for Human Rights. I think the publication of the British Government's command paper back in July is without doubt yet another slap in the face to victims. This command paper, as I said, was rejected by the parties in this chamber and by victims and survivors. It's ultimately all about delivering an amnesty for state forces, and the British Government proposal represents a full frontal assault on legal process and the administration of justice. If it's enacted in legislation, these proposals will also place a statutory bar on the work of the Police Ombudsman, whilst also seeking to halt inquests and civil cases. So members should be alert to the far-reaching implications of such decisions. The British Government needs to bin its command paper in the interest of victims, and we need to get back to the implementation of the Stormont House Agreement.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister SDLP is on record in supporting a payment for bereaved families and survivors of the Troubles. But can I draw to your attention, Minister, it's my understanding that the demand for the health service and accessing records is putting a huge drain, particularly in mental health resources. Just wondered whether or not that has been brought to your attention as an additional financial requirement across health.
Thanks to the member for bringing it to my attention. If you perhaps would like to maybe stick an email into the office, then I'm sure we can look into that and establish if that is in fact the case.
Call Jim Allister.
From time to time, the Deputy First Minister proclaims empathy with the hurt of victims. And in the context of that hurt of IRA victims, and on this, the 34th anniversary of the horrendous Poppy Day massacre in Enniskillen, I have a very straightforward question which touches upon the hurt of IRA victims. and it's this. In the eyes of the Deputy First Minister, was the attack in Enniskillen a terrorist attack?
Firstly, can I acknowledge the hurt, the human hurt and the pain that's caused to all families that have lost a loved one throughout the conflict, including all those who lost a loved one in Enniskillen. And I absolutely sympathise with their loss. Our entire community, each of us knows people who have lost a loved one and they've suffered through grief. And as I often say, all mothers' hurt and pain is the same. We live in a very different Ireland now, and our focus should be to work together. Our focus should be to ensure that tragic events that happened in the past never happen again, and our focus should be to ensure that there's never any return to conflict.
Moving on, and I call Jerry Kelly.
Just a question 4, please.
Can Corley, with your permission, we'll answer question 4 and 7 together, and Junior Minister Kearney will answer these questions.
We continue to represent our respective positions in our engagement with the British Government and the EU to seek the best possible outcome for our citizens and businesses. Maroš Šefčovič met with the leaders of the main political parties here in October following the publication of the EU non-papers. The joint First Ministers met with David Frost and Brandon Lewis, Secretary of State, on the 26th of October to receive an update on their ongoing discussions with the European Union, during which they stressed the need for certainty and the importance of involving our officials in technical discussions aimed at developing solutions. It is intended that a further meeting will take place this week. Our officials also regularly engage with officials in the Irish Government to discuss matters of mutual interest. The Executive remains committed to meaningful and timely engagement with the British Government and the EU to ensure that both are fully aware of the impacts of any solutions proposed and how they will work in practice for our community.
Jerry Kelly, supplementary.
Margaret, I was going to begin lesson Agrap, Lahayan Agrap, Goji Shaw, the protocol obviously provided necessary mitigations and protections from the negative effects of Brexit, and it's clear that many businesses are now benefiting from the fact that they can get access to both the European and the British markets. In light of the comments from the European Commissioner, which he mentioned, Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, and his talks to the British Government, can the Minister give us elaborate on the current situation in terms of that, please?
You will know that the protocol recognises the special status of this island and in particular this region, and its purpose was to prevent a hard border, to safeguard jobs and the all-island economy, and crucially to protect the Good Friday Agreement. But significantly, as you mentioned, it also does provide a unique dual market access for local businesses, manufacturers and our agri-food sector to both the British single market and the single European market. And yes, I am concerned after hearing what Maroš Šefčovič said on Friday, that he has seen no move from the British Government towards finding solutions on the smooth implementation of the protocol. His comments regarding the British Government's potential triggering of Article 16 to seek the renegotiation of the protocol would have serious consequences, and it should ring alarm bells, I believe, right across this House, particularly at a time when the clear and unequivocal message from members right across the House, from within local businesses, from within manufacturing sector, our farmers and wider civic society, that the need for stability, certainty and solutions should be secured. If I can also add, the conduct of this particular British Government throughout these negotiations has been absolutely duplicitous and disgraceful, because they've shown absolutely no regard for any of the citizens or any section of our society here in the North, nor indeed the democratically expressed wishes of this Assembly. And I was struck by the comments made by former British Prime Minister John Major on Saturday, when he said himself that
Minister,
the
time's
triggering
up.
of Article 16 is likely to cause a price for all of our society, with an approach being taken by the British Government towards these negotiations that has the subtlety of a brick.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Multiple polls have now shown increased and increasing support for the protections of the protocol. The EU has published substantial and substantive proposals on easing mitigations. I see as calls for amusement for the First Minister. Leaving aside, Minister, the actions of a small minority and the increasingly vocal, amped-up rhetoric from some in this House, has a single business group or trade union asked the Executive Office to make representations? Has a single business group got in touch with the Executive Office to support the triggering of Article 16?
Moya has stitches often cash in a card. And no, our officials in fact have advised that matters such as the European Court of Justice, the latest dead cat thrown on the table by the British Government, has not been raised with our officials. I think, and you alluded to this, I think that recent polling carried out under the auspices of Queen's University and more recently Liverpool University indicate that in fact there is a general pragmatic contentment with the protocol, recognising the necessity of the protocol. Of course, as you and I will both recognise, we'd much rather not see a protocol because we'd much rather not have Brexit, given that it was put in place to try and mitigate the worst effects of Brexit. But I think that we're dealing with a society here which is adapting to the reality that we now have the protocol. Our focus needs to be on ensuring smooth implementation of it. The majority of people here accept the need for the protocol, and I think the tracking indicates that that trend is going to continue to grow in the time ahead.
Thank you, and I call Steve Egan.
I thank the Junior Ministers for his remarks so far. Interesting thing from the Liverpool University research that showed that very many people in Northern Ireland, indeed the majority of people in Northern Ireland, would want to see no barriers at all between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, so there'd be no barriers across our United Kingdom. Could the Junior Minister tell us how the £820 million that's been estimated that's costing the protocol has cost us so far? Why are we still insistent on not calling out the EU as well for its intransigence?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and unlike some in this House, my view on all of this is that we need to ensure that both the British Government and the European Commission and the European Union work with us in a collegiate way to ensure that there are no barriers to trade, east-west, west-east, that there should be no impediment to ensuring that our local businesses maximise all of the opportunity provided to the British single market and the European single market. And I'm sure the member is aware of this, but I actually think it's quite notable that during the course of this year, INI are now recording 50 live inquiries from prospective foreign direct investors in investing here in the north of Ireland, comparable to something in the region of 22 expressions of interest on average between 2017 and 2020. So I think we have a job of work to do to ensure that we work together, to ensure that we do have reduced friction in relation to trading issues and trading opportunities, and that our businesses are poised to maximise the opportunities that in fact are available to them in the time ahead. And just in terms of exchanging figures and statistics, I'm sure the member is aware that the Office for Budget Responsibility is now estimating that on emerging trends, Brexit itself is now going to cost the British state more than the actual pandemic.
Members, that ends the period for list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 3 has been withdrawn, and I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and Deputy First Minister, you will know that next year, 2022, marks Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, and you will acknowledge that Her Majesty is much admired across all of the community here in Northern Ireland. What will the Deputy First Minister do to ensure that this remarkable event and this long service of history to people within this kingdom is recognised and rightly celebrated?
Well, I will respect, of course, all those in our society who are supporters of the monarchy, and I certainly will respect their right to celebrate such an occasion. We've had no discussion in the Executive Office around what role, or if any, that this Executive would play. But I absolutely support everybody else's right to support something. I'm not a monarchist, as you would expect, but I do have respect for those that do. That's something that's important to them.
Supplementary, Diane Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, this kind of mea culpa from the First Minister, it's not from me to decide or me to discuss, just won't do. Her Majesty is an exceptionally important figure across Northern Ireland. And we would want to see this remarkable record of service celebrated and acknowledged. Will the Deputy First Minister then, and I accept that it probably is early days, will the Deputy First Minister commit to discussing within the Executive Office and indeed the wider Executive to establishing a fund so that local communities can celebrate the Platinum Jubilee in a way that is fitting?
Well, firstly, I'm very happy to have any conversations with anybody at any time, so this is no different to any other issue. I have met with Queen Elizabeth in the past. I've referred to her as a very pleasant lady. I think that she's played a significant role in contribution to building the peace, and particularly in terms of building relationships between our two islands, and I think that's been crucially important. So I absolutely want to recognise that. So it is early days, but let's have a conversation. I'm very happy to do so.
Jerry Kelly.
Does the Minister agree that the stable political institutions are essential as we continue to navigate our way through the pandemic and seek to hold our economic and social recovery?
Yes, I absolutely do, and I still think that we've got a way to travel in terms of getting to the other side of this pandemic, and we certainly have a huge task ahead of us in terms of rebuilding our economy and helping workers and families and communities to face the challenges ahead. And I think that our power-sharing institutions are crucial to all of that. The scale of the crisis that we faced from COVID was unprecedented and impacted on almost every aspect of life here, and therefore it necessitated that cross-departmental response, both within these institutions but also across this island. That will undoubtedly be the case going forward, so too is obviously stable power-sharing institutions. That's going to be critical and essential to our economic and social recovery.
Supplementary, Jerry Kelly.
We're still in the midst of a global health crisis, and that has cost thousands of lives here and indeed throughout the world. And our communities and economy have faced unprecedented upheaval, while our health service remains under intense pressure. Clearly, stable and secure political institutions are necessary to face all of that as we go forward. Does she agree then that the type of irresponsible rhetoric we have heard from the DUP leader translates onto our streets in the disgraceful attacks on the police and the burning of buses? Also, as we know, the passengers on the buses and what they had to go through, the driver who was threatened in terms of that, there's been cars burnt, etc. And in this context, is it not orderly or irresponsible for the DUP ministers to be boycotting the NSMC while their party leader threatens to collapse these institutions?
Thanks to the member. I think that all political leaders need to reflect very carefully on the impact of their words and indeed of their deeds. The burning of buses in Newtonards or Rathcoole, as I said earlier, and the threat to the bus drivers is absolutely irresponsible and it's reckless. Some of the rhetoric that we've witnessed, particularly in relation to the protocol, is completely reckless. It's dangerous and it often bears no resemblance to the actual reality that we all face. So I think it's utterly appalling that we now see that being translated, that dialling up of rhetoric, that dialling up of the language not being translated onto violence in our streets. And, where we have seen these attacks on buses in the last number of weeks. And also I'm very conscious of the fact that there's been a deliberate strategy to bring those tensions into interface areas to raise and to heighten tensions even further. So that type of approach is both disgraceful and it's also unacceptable. So not only should the DUP be condemning this violence, they should stop feeding the narrative that inflames it and indeed also even encourages it. And I think that the unlawful boycott of the NSMC is part of that. So too are the repeated threats to the institutions and the constant incitement around the protocol. So I think that this is a time for responsible leadership and an end to the reckless and damaging rhetoric. But it's also a time for calm and responsible leaders to step forward, to reduce tensions and to ensure that there is no further escalation of violence in our streets.
Stuart Dixon.
Deputy First Minister, last week the Government announced funding for the Community Prosperity Fund, a pilot for the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is to replace European social funding in Northern Ireland. Does the Deputy First Minister consider the way in which this fund has been operated as a complete and utter slight, not only on her department, but also all ministerial departments here in Northern Ireland?
Thank you for the question, and I do, and I think that this fund is just an example of a cohort of funds that actually are now being delivered directly. It's undermining devolution for a start, and it's actually being delivered not in tandem with our own programme for government, our own work that we're doing around recovery, our own strategies and plans. So I think it's unfortunate, to say the least, that this is the way this is now happening. I mean, how can we enhance and deliver a more prosperous economy, for example, if the funding that we have as a block grant is being continually reduced to put into these side pots, which then do not reflect our own identified priorities and our own plans that we have brought forward collectively as parties in the executive together?
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Given that response, Deputy First Minister, how does the Executive plan to deal with those applicants for funding, and how do you intend to balance that funding amongst those organisations that this Assembly distributes funds to, particularly a fund for which this Executive has no design, policy or direction whatsoever?
And therein lies the problem, that we haven't got the ability to input into these schemes, and the Finance Minister has taken this up directly on behalf of the Executive with the Treasury. He's working with his counterparts in both Scotland and Wales, who also are facing the same scenarios that we're facing. So we have to continue to challenge this. The sense of funding coming, whilst obviously we always welcome funding, but it has to be identified and spent on the priorities which we collectively agree on, not which somebody in Westminster agrees on. So that will be where we remain focused, to try to resolve that and actually find a way to bring these things back into our own decision making.
Jonathan Buckley.
Interestingly, throughout question time, the Deputy First Minister has talked about reckless and damaging language and dialing down of the rhetoric. At the Sinn Féin Ardèche, President Mary Lou MacDonald crassly declared, and I quote, "The days of Fenians need not apply are over." Can the Deputy First Minister explain how this chimes with the unionist outreach mantra we hear much about from the party opposite in the media and indeed in this House?
As I've said to the member before, for such a young man, I think you should be more focused in the future than you are in the past. I think you should be more interested in working with like-minded young people on these benches, actually to build a better future, trying to heal the wounds of the past, trying to build bridges that have been broken down, and trying to look very much towards the future. I'm future-focused. I think this is what society want is actually change. What they want is progressive legislation tabled in this place. What they want to see is an end to the blockages. What they want to see is us building a better society for everybody. And the sentiment that is expressed by yourself and your party around no nationalists need apply doesn't wash. We're not going backwards. It's not 1969, it's 2021.
Alan Buckley, supplementary.
Not 1969, so I'll bring the Deputy First Minister maybe to 2012. When referencing discrimination, did the Deputy First Minister, or indeed Mary Lou, have a word with her colleague, Conor Murphy, who in 2012 became the only executive minister ever to be found guilty of discrimination on the basis of religion, in this case a Protestant? The tribunal at the time said that during Mr Murphy's time as DRD Minister between 2007 and 2011 there was a material bias against the appointment of candidates from a Protestant background. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, when it comes to representation on public bodies, are the days of no Protestant need not apply over within Sinn Féin?
Let me repeat actually the words of my predecessor, Martin McGuinness, whenever he said that We have to govern by treating every single citizen equally. Not just the citizens that you represent, but indeed all of our citizens. But again, I encourage you to start thinking about the future. I encourage you to start looking towards the future instead of harking back to the past.
Justin McNulty.
Joint First Minister, last Tuesday, All Saints' Day, the families of the disappeared walked silently to the steps of this place to lay a wreath and flowers in memory of their loved ones whose remains have been lost for decades. Their annual All Souls' Day walk shows respect, honour and reverence for their dead family members whose souls remain lost. Their lost souls continue to haunt the families. I do note that no one from your party was there, of course, because you continue to cheerlead the shadowy figures who abducted, tortured, murdered and secretly buried their loved ones. Can I ask you, what will you, as First Minister, do and say to ease the pain of the families of the disappeared?
Firstly, can I say to the member, I support all families in their quest for truth and justice, and I want us to very much build build on what has happened in the past. We have to help our society to heal if we're going to be successful in moving into a better future, and that includes all those that have lost a loved one. Our entire community has suffered so much over the conflict, and I think it's important upon all of us as political leaders to work together to try to build a better future, and that includes getting closure for families and anyone that has lost a loved one over the space of the conflict.
Supplementary, Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for answering this far. I was speaking to Oliver McVeigh on that day, on All Souls' Day last week, whose brother, Columba, was abducted on Halloween night so many years ago. What will you, as Joint First Minister, say to Oliver McVeigh will be done to ensure his brother's remains will be found and given the dignity of a Catholic burial? What will you commit to doing? No more platitudes, no more we can do better, we can work together. What will you, as Joint First Minister, do to give that man some peace, to give his family some peace, and to give the peace to the families of the disappeared? What will you do?
Well, I'd like your party to join with me in ensuring that we have the full implementation of the political agreement that was devised by all parties and the two governments, the Stormont House Agreement. And that was agreed back in 2014, and here we are today, and it's still not implemented. And here we are today when the only closure that the British government are interested in is actually covering up what happened in terms of their role in the conflict. So I think it's important and incumbent upon all of us to build for a better future. I play my part in that, but that's a collective responsibility.
I call Jim Allister, and there won't be time for a supplementary.
What message does the Deputy First Minister think she has sent today to IRA victims by her refusal to say that the Enniskillen bombing, that massacre, was a terrorist act? Why would innocent victims not conclude that she and her party continue to endorse and justify that brutal, vicious, hideous murder and all else that went along with it?
Can I say to the member, as I said in my earlier answer, I acknowledge the hurt and pain that's been caused right across our society, and we're all obliged to build for a better future and help heal the wounds of the past. But let me say this chamber isn't the place for inflammatory language. This chamber isn't the space for inflammatory language by grown-ups, supposed grown-ups like yourself and many, many others. Those engaged in recent weeks and months, and perhaps even longer in terms of the Brexit debate, sabre-rattling, inciting young people onto the streets whilst they stay cosy in their homes.
Deputy Minister, please just take your seat. I don't want to have to curtail members whenever they're involved in a reasonable debate, but there is a question of respect which has to underpin all of our contributions. These issues are not easy, they're challenging, they're difficult and all the rest of that. Members have a right to pose questions. If they do so respectfully, they also have to give the people that are asking the question the time and the respect to be able to answer those questions. And I will not be listening to any more interruptions. So there's a minute left, less than a minute. So, Deputy First Minister.
I've concluded. Thank you.
And that's time is up for the First and Deputy First Minister. Members, take a ease for a moment or two, please. Okay, members, sitting is resumed. We now move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Questions 6 and 11 have been withdrawn, and I call Matthew O'Toole. Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm aware of statistical reports showing large increases in food exports between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland compared to 2020. I would add that caution needs to be applied to comparisons with 2020 given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the disruption to trade which followed. The increase in trade with the Republic of Ireland is not surprising given the trade barriers that have been put in place between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with the resulting disruption causing business difficulties in trading what is by far our biggest market and having to seek alternative customers. Hence, I am continuing to seek the removal of all trade barriers within the United Kingdom for which goods are used in Northern Ireland.
Supplementary, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, last week you said that a proposed new UK-New Zealand trade deal poses, quote, these are your words, a very serious threat to Northern Ireland farmers. You have just said that you've acknowledged that exports from north to south and in many cases I'm sure onwards to the wider European single market have increased. Does it not therefore follow that Northern Ireland is benefiting from the protections of the protocol and will benefit from the protections of the protocol to protect our farmers from what you yourself say are the very serious threats from the UK-New Zealand trade deal?
Well, thus far our exports have also increased to Great Britain, and therefore exports is going quite well. One of the reasons that we believe that exports from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland have increased is because of the difficulties that the Republic of Ireland have on importation from Great Britain, and therefore we don't want to be in a similar circumstance where Northern Ireland has those difficulties on importation from Great Britain. So we already have issues currently that exist there. I don't think that it is in the benefit of any of our constituents to have unnecessary trade barriers imposed between our main trading partner, Great Britain, and indeed Northern Ireland, and therefore businesses right across Northern Ireland, right across the community, are saying to us, we need to remove those barriers. And I would hope that the members opposite would join us and assist us in supporting the removal of such barriers.
Minister agree that the protocol barriers have caused substantial diversion of trade, and diversion of trade is one of the proper grounds upon which Article 16 of that same protocol can be triggered. And if it is triggered, will the Minister undertake that at that point he will cease all checks at our ports which are being exercised under the protocol?
I certainly have already engaged with my senior civil servants, indicating that they should be looking at the command paper that was produced in July as a means of moving forward on this particular issue, because trading barriers are not to our benefit, and the employment of highly qualified staff, veterinary staff, environmental health staff in that role takes them away from other important roles. So unnecessary checks should not be carried out at the Northern Ireland juxtaposition with the rest of Great Britain at our seaports, and therefore that action needs to be addressed. I would remind the member, and he knows very well on this issue, that there has been a different set of circumstances relating to live animals which has pre-existed Brexit and the protocol, and that is something which we need to take full cognizance of as well.
In the context of the increasing levels of north-south trade, will the Minister give a commitment to work with the agri-food sector to enable them to maximise the benefits of the protocol in terms of being able to access the EU and the British market? Thank you.
Well, I can assure the member that when it comes to selling goods, I'll take pounds, sterling, I'll take euros, I'll take dollars, yen, whatever it happens to be, and I will work with whoever wishes to acquire the very well-produced goods that exist in Northern Ireland. I'll work with them to make it as easy as possible for them to acquire those goods.
Steve Egan.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for the Minister's remarks so far. And I need to make a quick declaration of interest as the ex-Chief Executive of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce. Minister, has there been any analysis done of the diversion of trade that has occurred? Because it's quite obvious that the reduction in movement of goods between places like Holyhead and Liverpool to Dublin has in some respects been replicated by movements from Northern Ireland into the Irish Republic. Have you had an opportunity to talk with any of the major supermarket chains about this dislocation of the logistics chain and the fact that we have a circular economy and it seems to be falling flat?
Yeah, we have, and clearly there is a lot of goods coming through Northern Ireland seaports as opposed to the Dublin seaport now, because they find it easier to get into the island of Ireland on that basis. And there has been a dislocation that has taken place there. And there has been less use of the land bridge to go to the continent as well. Our logistics firms, I have to say, have been doing some tremendous work on terms of food security and food traceability. And I believe that that work actually covers a lot of the issues that was certainly talked about pre-Brexit, about being able to trace food from source right through to sale and everything in between. And ultimately, I think that they are currently, the standard of the work will be a template that is used right across the world in due course. So if members have the opportunity to look at some of this, I think that you will be pleasantly surprised and pleased just how good we are at tracing all goods from the factory that they leave for all of the time that they're in transit right through to the destination that they go to. And if we ever do get to the point of an agreement with the European Union, and I hope that at some stage they will be sensible about how the best we can protect our single market, they will be able to identify the logistics work that is being done will greatly assist in that.
I call Roy Beggs.
Question number 2.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I'll include 2 with number 9, and I'm satisfied that all the material considerations have been assessed by officials for this marine licence application, reviews of the discharge consent and abstraction licence for the proposed Island McGee gas storage development. Therefore, it is not my intention to review the decisions on the matter at this time, and final licences have been issued to the applicant on the 5th of November 2021. I am content that adequate mitigation has been identified to minimise the impacts of the project and has been incorporated into the conditions of the marine licence, discharge consent and abstraction licence, which will augment the existing mitigation in the planning permission.
Roy Beggs, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The discharge licence speaks of 24,000 cubic metres per day, which is difficult to visualise, but it's been estimated that this is the equivalent of 10 20-tonne loads of rock salt being deposited at that spot per hour for the next 8 to 9 years. So my question to the Minister is, how can he be so sure that this will not be detrimental to this very sensitive ecosystem, and in particular that there will not be solid deposits coming along with the concentrated brine which will gather in that area?
Well, I can indicate to the member that at no time did I take anything to do with the actual assessments that took place or had any interference with any assessments that took place. I waited very patiently and allowed civil servants and people with expertise on their behalf to carry out all of those investigations, and made a decision based on what was recommended to me by those officials. A number of in-depth assessments were made on the potential impacts of the project on the environment, including a detailed habitats regulations assessment completed by DERA, which considers the potential impacts of the project on the national site network and also the Portmuck area of special scientific interest. The Gobbins ASSI and the Larnloch ASSI, and the HRA was also reviewed by an independent third party. An environmental statement was prepared by the applicant. The chapters on avian and marine biodiversity, underwater noise, cumulative effects were updated in the 2018-2019, as was the brine dispersion model and accompanying third-party audit. This material has been made available to the public on the DAERA website.
Paul John-Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer so far, and I share the very real concerns among local people about the potential environmental impact on this. Can the Minister confirm what measures are in place in the draft marine construction licence to require the developer to commence the decommissioning in the event that the gas caverns are commenced but not completed or not used for a period of time? And will the Minister ensure that any financial guarantee provided under the lease between Island McGee Energy and Crown Estates to manage any residual liabilities at the end of the lifespan of the gas caverns is for the benefit of his department?
Island McGee Energy Limited is responsible for the safety decommissioning of the gas storage caverns at the end of the project life and for ensuring that arrangements are made in respect of any residual liabilities. The lease from the landowner, the Crown Estate, will require that an acceptable abandonment programme applicable to the works, including the arrangements for residual liabilities, is provided. The Crown Estate has indicated that works cannot commence below mean high water spring tide level until the issue is resolved, and DAERA has included this in an informative on the marine licence. DAERA will continue to engage with the Crown Estate to ensure that all conditions are satisfied. The company may require a new marine licence from DAERA to undertake the physical aspect of the decommissioning activity. At this stage, the impacts of decommissioning would be considered and the potential environmental impacts would be given full consideration.
Philip McGuigan.
Ken Collier. Minister, I hear how you've answered the previous two questions, but it simply beggars belief that a project the size of the gas storage facility proposed for Island McGee would not have a significant environment impact in an area both in and surrounded by other special scientific interests and conservation areas. And given the need also to move away from fossil fuels and the British government announcement that new gas boilers will be banned from 2035, does the Minister now accept that this project should be scrapped?
Well, that is a matter for the people who are developing the project as to whether it is financially viable or not. We were asked questions in regards to its environmental acceptability, and all of the people who were involved in that took their decision based on whether that could be achieved or not achieved, and then made their recommendations to me on that basis. So that is how this has come about. It hasn't been as a result of anything other than that, and therefore, whilst I recognise that this decision will not be popular, I do also recognise that I need to take cognizance of the material that was put in front of me by independent officials and indeed experts on this issue. I'd also remind the member that one of the issues that we have in front of us today is the price of gas has skyrocketed because there is a lack of gas stored. And therefore, the member may not be that concerned that people in his constituency, people who are on the breadline, are paying gas prices 30% and 40% higher than they would have been in previous years, and indeed electricity prices. And therefore, his resistance to having storage and leaving it to Vladimir Putin to turn gas on and off as and when it suits him and put prices up on the back of that to his constituents is a matter for him.
Because Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, Minister, given the cross-cutting nature of your decision, what consultation have you had with the utility regulator and the owners of the Scottish Northern Ireland Interconnector pipeline, which transports gas from Scotland to Northern Ireland? And indeed, in response to the answer which you've just given to the House, do you not recognise that the application is not for gas to be stored for Northern Ireland, but is in fact gas to be stored for the rest of the United Kingdom and to be sold at ransom prices in the rest of the United Kingdom? But Minister, where are the cross-cutting considerations of this? Will you be the Minister that leaves Northern Ireland with a hole under Larnloch and nobody else agreeing with you?
Well, I'm sorry, but the member may want to hype things up. There was a process that was commenced as a result of an application. That process was conducted properly and correctly, and at the conclusion of the process, I was presented with the documentation. I sought no documentation throughout the process. I sought to have no influence on that process. I merely allowed that process to carry out until its conclusion, and then was presented with my options at the conclusion. And it was very clear what was being identified and recommended to me by the officials and by the experts. And the member may not like what they have recommended. Indeed, I may not like what they have recommended, but I do have to give consideration to experts when they're asked to do a piece of work and give full cognizance of the views expressed by them. And he may not like those views, but they are done on the best basis possible.
Pass McClone.
I thank the Minister for his answers up until now. Just in relation to, I know the Minister referred earlier there to independent involvement in third-party audits. Could the Minister just expand on that to advise what independent assessment has the Department sought of the environmental impact of this project on the marine habitat, external to the Department and independent of the Department, please?
As I indicated, these recommendations were put out to third parties and to independent expertise to provide us with that due diligence where a further check was done beyond what officials and what the civil servants would have done. So that course of work was carried out. The precautionary principle was applied in all of this, and therefore this is something which we didn't arrive at quickly or indeed easily. It was a course of work that started before my time. I deliberately only became involved at the very conclusion of it, because given the sensitivities around us, I didn't want to be involved in trying to encourage people one way or the other in terms of the recommendations that they came to. I just wanted an independent recommendation to be given to me, and therefore I was always going to take the decision based on the independence of the people who were acting on behalf of the Department.
And I call Diane Dodds.
Question number 3.
Please provide an update on the independent strategic review of the Northern Ireland agri-food sector, which of course you were instrumental in setting up. And Sir Peter Kendall, who was appointed to lead the review, has met with a range of stakeholders over the past 6 months to explore the challenges and opportunities that the agri-food sector now faces. And I look forward to reading his findings and recommendations in the final report.
Diane Dodds, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. If I recall correctly, one of the issues that we wanted to tackle within the independent review of the agri-food sector was the issue of competitiveness and productivity. I read recently that the Finance Minister is interested in low productivity in Northern Ireland and seems to think that the way to increase productivity is within the EU, despite the fact that we've just spent 40-odd years in the EU and that hasn't been a particular help. Will the Minister be bidding to the Finance Minister, along with the Economy Minister, for funding to invest in the agri-food sector, in those businesses that are world-class in Northern Ireland, to help them to increase productivity and competitiveness?
Well, as the member knows very well, that this crosses 2 departments, DFE and ourselves, and agriculture is more involved in the primary sector, and DFE is more involved in the business side. I suppose the tricky part of it, and I certainly would be very supportive of bids going into the Department of Finance to sustain our agri-food industry, which employs 30% of our manufacturing sector and has a turnover of over £5 billion and has the potential to increase significantly. The tricky bit of it is that we are now in a circumstance where for the long-term security of the sector, we need investment which will not necessarily create jobs. So a lot of the food sector does need to mechanise and become smarter and technologically use more robotic equipment and all of that there in order for that to sustain. But it doesn't give a headline of actually more jobs at the end of it, but it does ensure that there's real sustainability for the jobs that exist. And I would hope that Invest NI will be able to work with us in doing that, and indeed the Department of Finance, in ensuring that the agri-food sector, which has went through a number of transformations to be the successful powerhouse that it is to the Northern Ireland economy, can continue to be that for many decades going forward.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to point out the previous questioner mentioned competitiveness. I can't think of anything more in terms of competitiveness than having unique dual access to two different markets. But can I ask the Minister, given the importance of the all-island component for example, our dairy sector in terms of the production of dairy goods, has a single food producer or farming sector body approached his department or approached him and supported the principle of the UK triggering Article 16?
Well, the dairy sector was mentioned very heavily in advance of the protocol, and everything seemed to base around the problems that would exist in the dairy sector, but nobody seemed to pay any attention as to the problems that would exist in every other sector, should we have a protocol of the nature that eventually arrived. And consequently, we are in a circumstance where there are so many goods which we're either paying a premium on or struggling to get into Northern Ireland as a consequence of that protocol. So whenever we make decisions on behalf of all of industry, not one sector. And I believe that it would be a really positive thing if we were to invest in the dairy sector in Northern Ireland and ensure that more of the milk that was produced here is processed here. It makes absolute sense to me, and that milk, as a processed product, most of it will end up in the GB market. So having that circular economy all makes considerable sense.
I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, the Northern Ireland agri-food sector has been heavily dependent on a flow of EU workers, which has stopped due to the UK's post-Brexit immigration rules. Can the Minister provide us with an update on what actions have been taken to address these labour shortages?
I thank the member for the question. Yes, and there has been that stop of new EU workers coming in. Of course, those who have been in are welcome to stay, and those who returned home during COVID are welcome to come back, but many have chosen not to. I might add to that there is a series of other people, some people would estimate at least 1 million, possibly 1.5 million across the UK, who have decided to opt out of the workforce over the period of COVID, and that is a lifestyle choice for many of those people who are perhaps over 55s in general, but still had the capacity to carry on working for a number of years, but have made that lifestyle choice that, having got used to how things were, to live on less and to enjoy life, and we can't force people to do otherwise. But the government's aim is to get more people out of unemployment and into work, and that's a reasonable aim. I think it's proven to be particularly tricky when it comes to the food sector. There is availability of considerable numbers of people from other places, including Philippines, and we could be getting those people in from those areas should the UK government decide that that was something, a policy that they wish to engage, and we've been seeking to encourage that. Because I think that helps to sustain industry. Certainly in that interim period, they have opened the doors for an additional 800 workers to come through. I'm just after a phone call with George Eustace, and we'll be hoping to get a reasonable number of those people through for December, which will help alleviate some of the pressures that are on our food processing sector.
Anya Murphy.
Minister, can you clarify if any potential recommendations arising from the independent strategic review of our agri-food sector would be considered in the draft food strategy for the North?
Well, in terms of all of that, we need to pull all of these strategies together, and The strategies that we have need to have connectivity. So the strategy we have on green growth, for example, and on the environment strategy, which I hope to talk about tomorrow, will all be things which help us to pull together all of the various areas that we need to address here in Northern Ireland and ensure that we go forward on our best foot. And that's ultimately very important to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers to the question so far. Question 4, Minister.
As this is ongoing, I'm not able to provide a cost at the time, but will be happy to do so when it's available.
Supplementary, Daniel McCrossan.
Undoubtedly, the cost will be significant, Minister. Minister, do you accept that your illegal obstruction of meetings of the North-South Ministerial Council undermines the rule of law?
As it's a matter that's currently before the courts, I don't wish to comment.
Following on from that, given the High Court judgment that the DUP boycott of the North-South Ministerial Council is unlawful and a breach of the Ministerial Pledge of Office, would the Minister undertake to end this juvenile boycott now and get back to doing the job he was appointed to do?
Again, this is a matter which is before Justice Schofield, so I'm not going to get involved in details around what a noble judge might make. I would say it was rather juvenile of the member and his colleagues to pull this institution down for 3 years and deny people the opportunity to deal with health, education, infrastructure and so many other issues, and cause real harm to all of the public of Northern Ireland as a consequence of their actions.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
The illegal breeding and trading of low welfare puppies is an abhorrent practice which my department continues to disrupt, working in conjunction with other agencies. It's very difficult to establish the number of people who choose to operate in contravention of dog breeding legislation in Northern Ireland. Intelligence provided to my officials indicates that the breeding of low welfare pups often takes place outside of Northern Ireland. Regrettably, these animals are then illegally imported into Northern Ireland and trafficked via our ports to more lucrative markets in Great Britain. My department is well aware of the pattern of movements. In response to this problem, it has established and coordinated activity at ports under the Pause for Thought initiative. As a result of collaborative working, this has resulted in multiple interceptions this year, most recently when 10 Springer Spaniel pups were found hidden in a van in Larne, which was bound for England. I acknowledge much more needs to be actioned on this and will continue to press for that to happen.
Palm Cameron, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Does the Minister agree that Lucy's Law, Private Members Bill being brought forward by my colleague Robin Newton, will go a long way in providing the authorities with the necessary powers to greater tackle the illegal puppy farming trade in Northern Ireland? And would the Minister also agree that more needs to be done, as outlined, in terms of both Republic of Ireland and with the pets being purchased in GB, and surely by ensuring only registered businesses can engage in such activity, and indeed greater enforcement, that actually, if this was achieved, it would lessen the financial incentive by criminals to participate in these unscrupulous actions?
The member is quite right, and they are unscrupulous actions, and more does need to be done in terms of that. I have impressed upon my officials the unacceptability of this trade, and that they really need to stretch themselves in terms of ensuring that they clamp down as hard as possible on individuals who are engaging in all sorts of things to circumvent the rules and circumvent the law, and obviously make considerable money from this very lucrative trade. And I would also encourage people in Great Britain and indeed at home who are buying pets that they do more to check the source of where those pets come from, because they could be buying some cute little bundle of fluff which has been not well reared, not treated appropriately in terms of its veterinary vaccinations, so forth, and consequently they could be buying themselves just heartbreak, and I don't think that any family deserves that.
That ends the period for list of questions, and we move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Questions 1, 6 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, speaking of cute little bundles of fluff, I wanted to ask you about your party colleague, Sammy Wilson. Last week, Minister, you attended COP26, presumably because you believe climate change is real and action needs to be taken on it. But your colleague, Sammy Wilson, called COP26, quote, a climate circus. Minister, on Saturday I marched with thousands of people, especially young people, who are scundered with this place and our failure to take action on the crisis of this century. Will you, on the record now, dissociate yourself from the irresponsible nonsense coming from your colleague from East Antrim?
Well, I leave the member to ask the questions of Sammy whenever he gets the opportunity to do that. I represent this department and I represent my party in this department, and we recognise that on the environment we all need to do considerably better than what has happened in the past. So whether that is on how much carbon or greenhouse gases we produce and the necessary reductions that we have to ensure happens, whether that is on air quality, whether that is on water quality or biodiversity, in all those areas we need to do more. And that is why one of the first things that I done was set out the Forest for a Future. More recently, we have the bee pollinator scheme. In between, we had the lessee equipment, the low emission spreading equipment that was made support available for farms, so we reduced the ammonia. And you can see over the course of my time in government, there has been a whole series of actions to ensure that we do leave the environment in a better place than we found it.
Supplementary, Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, and I want to ask a specific question of the Minister about environmental protection and climate mitigation. Minister, you may know we have been ranked in this jurisdiction 12th out of 240 countries or jurisdictions around the world in terms of biodiversity loss. The Royal Society for the Protection of Birds have suggested that of the 2015 to 2020 biodiversity strategy, 83% of our targets were simply not met. Minister, what are you doing to ensure that we do better in this place, and what specific deliverable, real targets will be in the next programme for government that your department hopefully is working on as we speak?
Well, the key one on biodiversity is the biodiversity strategy. So, as I say, the environment strategy cleared its last hurdle through the executive on Thursday, and I'll present it to this Assembly tomorrow. With the Speaker's permission, of course, and the Green Growth Strategy. But the biodiversity strategy, which we're currently working on, as well as the ammonia strategy, will all help on that particular issue. What I would say about biodiversity involves management. And if you want to see biodiversity in action, go to Glenarm, where we have a course of work with the RSPB. And as a consequence, we are seeing more hen harriers, curlew, red grouse, etc. And that is as a result of quality management of the environment in that area. And that has engaged both the farming community and the RSPB in delivering that. And, you know, those people who want us to do nothing and go to wilding will ensure that our biodiversity is ruined entirely. So one of the most damaging things to the ground nesting birds in that area is crows and foxes. But there's some people who would suggest that we don't do anything on the management of that. I'm sorry, but if you want genuine biodiversity, then you do have to engage in steps to ensure that happens. People thought they'd introduce grey squirrels to Northern Ireland because they're nice, cute, fluffy things. And the consequence was that we lost most of our red squirrels. So it isn't a simple thing. It's a complex thing, but we can make significant achievement on it, and I'm very determined that we do.
I call Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Minister, the British Government's recent announcement on a trade deal with New Zealand will have a very negative impact on our farmers, which the Minister has acknowledged. It follows similar deals with other countries that also produce food to lower environmental and animal welfare standards than our farmers do. These trade deals are a direct outcome and indeed stated intent of the type of hard Brexit that the Minister's party advocated for. So can I ask the Minister, what is he going to do to support our farmers who stand to lose out as a result?
Well, I've spoken to senior people both in Sainsbury's and Tesco's in recent times, and they have both committed to buying products which meet certain environmental standards. So where there's deforestation, for example, they will not be buying product from that area. Where there isn't the reductions in the greenhouse gases and the carbons and so forth, that can happen in those areas, then again those will be issues. So those places and those countries which want to produce things to low environmental standards will find it very difficult to market, particularly in this jurisdiction, because the main buyers won't want to acquire those products.
Keep Archibald, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that response. And Minister, can I ask, do you acknowledge that the majority of agri-food producers support the need for the protocol and don't want it scrapped and instead want solutions to implement it more easily? And have you advocated that on their behalf to the British Government?
No, I don't accept it because I'm getting complaints from them continually about the protocol. I think that they would like a trade arrangements between the UK and the European Union, which will allow a relatively free flow of trade with appropriate checks. I think that they want an entirely free flow of trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and they want to ensure that they will provide security for the single market for the European Union. And that is something which we are more than willing to work with the European Union on to ensure the integrity of the single market is upheld. But that does not involve the current protocol, which is punitive, harsh, and is damaging to the Northern Ireland economy, damaging to Northern Ireland consumers, and damaging to the constituents that the member represents.
Call Rosemary Pardon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I have had representation from the organic egg sector producers, and at the moment they are sourcing 95% food that's 95% organic. After the protocol derogation, they will be expected to source food that's 100%. After the protocol derogation comes to an end, which is December, they will be expected to source food that's 100% organic, and there's great difficulty with this. What can you do to support these farmers?
I'm concerned for the organic farm community, and they're relatively small in Northern Ireland terms in the amount of output, but they are an important community, and as a consequence of them being small, then there isn't local suppliers for much of their product. And they have to go elsewhere to import. Therein lies the problem that most of that importation traditionally has been coming from Great Britain, and their costs have went up exponentially. So that is all an area which is again damaged as a consequence of the protocol, and it is something that therefore we want to try to ensure we can get the appropriate relaxations put in place whereby they can conduct their business not too dissimilar from what it was previous to the protocol.
Rosemary Pardon, supplementary.
Thank you. And Minister, these agricultural producers, these organic producers, could be working at a disadvantage. For example, in Great Britain, they will be allowing 95% organic content in the food. What will DAERA be doing to help them market their food now?
Well, again, I've had a conversation with Minister Eustace today and on Saturday about a lot of these issues, and we will continue to engage at that high level with the UK Government to ensure that we get the outcome, the best possible outcome for both producers and consumers here in Northern Ireland, and ultimately that is our role. And because we are in here and because we have those opportunities, we're speaking at the highest level of the UK Government to get these things resolved, and I trust we have waited quite some time for that to happen. I sincerely hope that we don't have much longer to wait to resolve these issues, because it has been extremely difficult for many small businesses across Northern Ireland, many family-owned businesses that only have themselves and maybe one or two other workers to actually make their living, and we want to ensure that that becomes somewhat easier for them.
I call Caroline Keelan.
I thank the Minister for his questions. I'm not asking about farms in North Belfast, or be relieved. It's about single-use plastics and the directive. So I'm asking, can you provide an update on what measures your department are taking to ensure that the directives are met by January 2022?
Well, we have currently a piece of work on the plastic bag levy, which is with committee at this stage, I understand, and we will be bringing something forward very significant on that going forward within the government, the state. We have done a piece of work on single-use plastics, which I think will eliminate around 9 single-use plastics that are most common. And we're also looking at a DRS scheme, and we'll have to make a decision whether we go with our own scheme, or whether we go with a scheme which is more closely associated with England. And those are all issues that we're looking at in terms of ensuring that we do away, and as far as possible, single-use plastic. It's certainly something that I desire to be the case.
Caroline Keelan, supplementary.
It would seem, to be honest, to be fairly piecemeal. I know you said it was significant in terms of 9 pieces of single-use plastic, but given this directive has to be honoured by January 2022, would the Minister commit to even just trying to give further detail on his answer? I appreciate it's a topical question and he might not have all the details, but I would certainly, I know others would appreciate a bit more detail on what he's actually doing in his department on behalf of the Executive.
No, there's absolutely no problem. There is a series of pieces of work, and I illustrated 3 there. There is more than that, but I illustrated 3 to demonstrate that it's something that we do take seriously. And I'm happy to correspond with the member and giving her the full detail in a written format, so she can study that.
Rachel Wood's not in her place, and I call Dolores Kelly.
Mr Speaker, and I wonder, Minister, have you been able to resolve with the Minister for Justice yet the data sharing arrangement in relation to the creation of an animal cruelty register? Sorry.
I don't have a further update on that at this issue for the member.
Supplementary, Dolores Kelly.
Well, it'd be good for the member, the Minister perhaps could write if there's anything further, but Minister, earlier the Minister referred to the pause for thought at the ports. I just wondered, how would you anticipate trying to close down some of those loopholes that were exposed on the recent Spotlight programme? If there's anything further you think that can be done and that your officials are currently working on?
Yeah, frankly, the issues that were brought to light from the Spotlight programme were pretty depressing. And I have been working closely with Robin Newton on the Lucy's Law. I would hope that private member's bill could be completed before this term. If it's not, I would hope that the evidence that has been raised in it is something that DAERA will take forward in the new term as a priority, because I do think that this is a reprehensible trade. A relatively small number of people are making themselves millionaires out of it, and we really do need to clamp down very hard on this trade and ensure that we do not become the conduit for poorly reared puppies from the Republic of Ireland to Great Britain, and that's something that I really don't want to see happening. It is happening, and I want to see it stopped.
Sinead Annis not in her place, and and also time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to be move on to the next item on the order paper.
Members, Mrs Pam Cameron has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who has tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, would you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Health to outline the steps he has taken to safeguard against inappropriate access to personal data held on the COVID-19 vaccine management system.
And I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was made aware of reports in local weekend papers of concerns over the amount of access to patient information held in the vaccine management system, or our VMS, that staff employed by the health and social care system actually have. I can assure members of this House that strict controls over access to information held in this and other HSC systems are in place. The VMS is used by a wide range of healthcare providers to maximise vaccine uptake, so it's important that those staff ensure safety checks are undertaken before each vaccine is dispensed and those checks recorded accurately. Controlled access to patient information is essential to ensure clinically safety and quality data. To help maximise uptake, vaccination has been provided by different healthcare providers, each of whom must be able to cross-check key details before dispensing vaccines. So controlled access to patient information is not unique to the vaccination system. Each of the healthcare providers and administrators who use the system are subject to security checks as part of normal employment processes. The access controls for our VMS vaccine administration system are managed by each Health and Social Care Trust, or GP practice or pharmacy, and that includes selection and training of all staff members, and specifically requested that they are provided with access to the VMS system. All of these employers have professional and legal responsibilities on data protection. Mr Deputy Speaker, all actions undertaken by those using the system are logged and subject to audit, and that is a standard practice for all HSC systems.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber to answer this urgent oral. As he'll be aware, it has been reported by several senior health clinicians that in recent weeks a flaw in the relevant software led to a database containing the vaccination status of every resident in Northern Ireland becoming widely accessible, including to staff who were not medically trained, as well as those in temporary and administrative roles. These allegations raise serious concerns regarding personal privacy and data protection. So I wanted to ask the Minister, does he accept, given the serious and far-reaching impact the pandemic has had on fundamental freedoms, that a laissez-faire attitude to personal data is not only unacceptable but damaging to public confidence? And will he now refer this matter to the Information Commissioner's Office for independent investigation and commit to a comprehensive review of existing procedures?
I thank the member, but the people who are accessing this system, as I said earlier on, are all either managed and put forward to access the system by their employer, should that be an HSC trust, a GP or a community pharmacy. The access to information is necessary to ensure that anyone who is coming forward to either receive a booster dose or a third dose, that information is accessible across all manufacturers. There has been extensive engagement by the Information Commissioner's Office and national cyber security teams over securing the information. As required by GDPR, the vaccine management system developers implement and maintain appropriate technical and organisational security measures. That includes measures that meet the requirements of ISO 27001 and ISO 27018 to protect personal data, data processes, a data processor or sub-processor, or on its customers' behalf. And since it was first launched, once logged into a VMS, user actions are logged in an audit trail that create, view, update events on patients' details. So I think what I've asked is that if clinicians are indicating that people who should not be accessing the system are, it's up to them to come forward and actually indicate how they've been given access to the system, when it's very clear it should only be expressly identified and accessible to those who have been notified by their employer, should that be an HSC trust, a GP or a community pharmacy.
Anish Eram Cahill and Question Slantja Colm Gilden Hon Council. I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gilden.
Gormagat, last Collia, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. And Minister, in the early months of the pandemic, the Health Committee did look at regulations that would allow recruitment outside of health workers to assist with vaccination. However, you've taken vaccinators largely from health and social care workforce, 121 from Belfast, 92 from Northern and 66 from Western. And given the pressure that's on that system, will you consider taking voluntary vaccinators from other sectors? And also, given that the dashboard indicates that GPs are providing by far the most vaccines and the pressure on GP appointments, can you commit to further extending the voluntary vaccinator cohort?
And I thank the member, and he'd be aware, I think I said last week, in regards to the PHA supplying some vaccinator support, but also that administrative support to the system as well. But I think the member is actually asking about the key crux of the vaccine management system, and that is if you receive your first or second dose in a GP, the community pharmacy, if you go there for your third dose or a booster vaccine, they have to have access to that information as well. So that's why we actually control healthcare providers and administrators who use the system, and they are subject to security checks as part of those normal employment processes. And that administration is managed by the Health and Social Care Trust, the GP practice, or the community pharmacy under their data protection protocols as well. So the next step, and the members are aware, we engaged with community pharmacy. They started the operation of being able to supply booster vaccines last month. There's now 240 community pharmacies across Northern Ireland can now supply booster and third dose vaccines as well. But they need the access of the information of where the person actually received their first and second dose to enable them to do that safely, both clinically and technically.
Next item, Sir Colin McGrath on Cancha. Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for answering the questions so far on this important issue. And I suppose I'd want to just put on record that this is not about the vaccine or receiving it. That continues to be one of the most important things we can do at this moment in time. This is purely an issue of data and data protection. Can I ask the Minister, is there any difference to this data, how it's held and how it's accessed, to say other parts of the health service, for example, your GP or your dentist or other allied professionals who can get access to information electronically? And is there anything that the Minister thinks could be done to tighten up what has been referred to in the original question going forward?
I thank the member, and having been made aware of the reports that were in the media over the weekend, I am disappointed, having checked back, that some of the answers and additional information that we as a department actually provided weren't actually utilised in that article as well, which would have addressed some of the concerns that have been raised today. Because, as I've said, as required by GDPR, the VMS developers implemented and maintained the appropriate technical and organisational security measures, and that includes measures that meets the requirement, as I said again, of ISO 27001, ISO 27018 to protect personal data, its processors, as a data processor or sub-processor on its customers' behalf. So once logged into the VMS, a user's actions are logged in an audit trail, which includes create, view, update events on a patient's details. So that would be similar to all our health and social care systems equivalent. The difference is this one covers the entirety of Northern Ireland and can be expanded, because as we've seen, people seeking their first, second, third, even booster vaccines are going to different locations as to where it's accessible. So whoever's administering it has to have the information of what they've received and when they received it to make sure they are compliant safely and technically.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that the Minister will share my concerns that there may be negative impacts of stories of this nature that may actually discourage people coming forward to be vaccinated. My question to the Minister is, will he confirm what steps his department has taken to protect patient data, and can he confirm that no data breach has actually occurred?
I thank the member in his last point first. I can confirm that no data breach has actually occurred. I think even the report in the papers talked about hypotheticals. A full data protection impact assessment of the vaccine management system has been carried out, and that can be actually found online at the COVID-19 hscni.net DPIA-NI vaccine management system. There is also a published privacy notice regarding data, and that can also be found on the department's website at COVID-19 hscni.net vaccine service privacy notice. It's in the build of the vaccine management system. Security and privacy have always been a key consideration throughout, as with all our systems, and the system has been through end-to-end security assessment and penetration testing.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for coming to the Chamber this afternoon. I'm just wondering whether this vaccine management system is being used or could be used to identify which health and social care staff have or have not been vaccinated, and whether you intend to use it to actually target those areas where there is a deficiency in uptake.
I thank the member for her question, but that system wouldn't actually, as far as I'm aware, include employment status of an individual, and for it to be used in that sphere would actually be outside of what we've agreed with the Information Commissioner. This is purely a technical and medical vaccine management system, not one that can be used retrospectively for querying in regards to who has and who hasn't. And I think that seems to be where some of the misconception of the article over the weekend has come from.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister as well for his answers so far. When stories like this do appear, it does create fear, and I would agree with my colleague there whenever they say, that we should be encouraging people to come forward and get their vaccine. That's vitally important in combating COVID-19. So just to be categorically clear, Minister, does the Department have an access control policy, particularly when dealing with special category data such as medical records, and is this system in line with that policy, and if not, why not?
I thank the member, and I'll refer back again. The full data protection impact assessment of the VMS system has been carried out and can be found, and I'll share the website link with members of the Health Committee so that they have access to it as well. There's also the published privacy notice regarding the data that can be found as well, and as I said earlier, in regards to the health and social care systems that we use, the vaccine management system was based on that crux and the same requirements as per GDPR, because the VMS developers have implemented and maintained the appropriate technical and organisational security measures. And as I said again, that includes the measures that meet the requirement of ISO 27001 and ISO 27018.
Iarna Lewis Kelly hon I called Lewis Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I can't wait to get my booster vaccine, and I hope that many others take up the opportunity. But Minister, today your department published stats which told us that in the last 24 hours, 11 people have lost their lives due to COVID, and there are a further 44 people in ICU beds. God forbid there's any accident or anything that somebody belonging to us needs an ICU bed. And as I understand it, the majority who have died and the majority in ICU are unvaccinated. So, Minister, can you use this opportunity to join with us in the SDLP to call for people, if they haven't already yet received their vaccine, to do so without delay?
And I thank the member for that, and I suppose what concerned me in regards to where this story actually went over the weekend, that it could actually deter people from coming forward to receive their vaccine because of a misconception that their details will be widely publicised, which it's not. And they won't be, and I hope the assurances that I've given, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the answers to this question will do that, because we're now engaging with those people who are through the last yards, that need convincing, need that bit of additional support actually to come forward to get their vaccine. But I agree with the member in regards to encouraging everyone who can still come forward, not just to receive their booster or their third dose, but if there's still those who are hesitant about receiving the first dose, that they do come forward and get it, plus also take up their flu vaccines as well. The last data that was actually published by the IAD within my own department showed that those inpatients that we have that are currently under 50-year-old, 75% of them are unvaccinated. So an inpatient under 50 is 15 times more likely to be on a COVID inpatient, that is 15 times more likely to be unvaccinated than those who have received the vaccine. Of those inpatients over 50, they're 5 times more likely to be unvaccinated than vaccinated. So it does show the benefits that vaccination does have, and I would be concerned that anyone is put off by what they may have read. But I want to address their concerns in regards to the benefits of vaccination, but also the security of their data on the vaccine management system.
I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. GDPR and contractual arrangements will require GPs, trust employees and pharmacists to handle confidential personal information with great care. So my question, Minister, is would you confirm that each time anyone would access anyone's personal records, There will be details of who accessed it, and no doubt at what time the access occurred, and anyone who breached that confidential arrangement would be creating a serious offence which could have implications for their employment.
And I thank the member that the point he makes is the vaccine management system and accessing it is no different from accessing any other healthcare record. The only people who can log on and access the vaccine management system are licensed registered users who are healthcare professionals directly involved in the delivery of the COVID-19 vaccination programme. And that follows requests from the organisation concerned or who has employed them or engaged them, should that be trusts, GP practices or community pharmacy, because user accounts are only granted to those for whom it is necessary, and that's to ensure safe and efficient delivery of the COVID-19 vaccination programme. The VMS is a clinical system, and this is clearly stated to all users when they log on to the platform. So all of these users are used to working with clinical systems and have access to patient data as part of their duty in the provision of patient care. These users are fully aware of the information governance which is associated with such activity, and all activity on the VMS system is logged and auditable.
I call Jim Allister.
Can the Minister give some indication of the quantification of that? Are we talking dozens, hundreds, thousands of registered users? And one of the aspects of the press report at the weekend was a claim that the updated system was less efficient or didn't have the audit facility. Can he say categorically that's not correct? And does the audit system enable the overseers to see who and when someone accessed? Or is there any grey area about that?
And I thank the member for seeking that clarity. Since it was first launched, once logged on to the VMS system, user actions are logged in an audit trail, and that includes whether they're creating a record, viewing a record, or updating events on patients' details. The original version, which the member refers to, was the system provided by GP surgeries with access only to their patients. Phase 2 of the VMS, which was rolled out in September, actually was done so to support the delivery of boosters, because there needed to be cross-check vaccine history with any provider location, and that required the inclusion of the expanded search criteria. So access to citizens' data is monitored by security and authentication mechanisms and data access by clinical users, VMS administrators and development staff. It is also recorded for audit purposes, and employers have the responsibility to ensure that only legitimate access is undertaken to support legitimate clinical processes. I don't have the number with me in regards to who has access to that system, but I'll get it to the member in writing.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, is it a case that it's only because the VMS has been expanded to include vaccine history across any location? Many thousands of people are now able to be vaccinated in our community pharmacists.
The member is correct, because as I said in an earlier answer, the vaccine management system is now to ensure the vaccine history of anyone who is now coming forward for their booster or third doses, or even their second doses as well, so that whoever is administering it can check that medical history as well. So that's why in phase 2, as I said to Mr Allister, that was rolled out in September, actually includes that additional data, so that it allows the cross-checking of vaccine history with any provider location, so that that can include the expansion of the vaccine programme in the next steps.
That, members, concludes the urgent oral question. I would ask that members just please take their ease now while we move back to the private members' business. Thank you. All right, members, we'll resume the second stage of the Education Curriculum CPR and AED Bill, and the next speaker is Chris Little, the Chairperson of the Education Committee. Sorry you hadn't finished. I wasn't made aware of that. Oh, rap across the knuckles from me from my comrade. So I'll return to Éireann Sair Machara, Colin McGrath, Lana Chure, Lena Cudge, Gisparach. I call now for Colin McGrath to continue with his part of the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I know everybody had rushed to the chamber to hear the end of my speech, so I didn't want to disappoint them by not getting the opportunity to conclude. And maybe just to summarise, given that we have had a little bit of a gap, I have taken the opportunity thus far to detail why we need this bill, the reasons why it will actually help people, the outworkings of how this private member's bill will actually save lives. And I think just to repeat that, to say that it will save lives. I'd also have detailed how all other parts of these islands have brought this in by legislation, and that we're the only place that doesn't have it in such a way. And I detailed a lot of the numbers and the background of the public consultation that took place. But Mr Deputy Speaker, when I detailed all of the information from the public consultation, that was detailing the voices of the public, and with over 1,000 people, or just under 1,000 people participating in that process, I really think that we have a duty to listen to what they have said and to try and act in a way that meets what they have identified. With the figures as they are, I believe that as an Assembly we must act, and act now. We must do more to ensure that CPR training and AED awareness are a normal part of everyone's lives, and that those who are trained have the confidence and the skill set so that should they need to go out and save a life, they can do just that. We are living longer, but we're not always living better. Smoking, a lack of physical exercise and obesity remain factors we must give consideration to. Poverty is still prevalent here, and those who live in the most deprived areas were identified in the past as being more at risk to suffer from cardiovascular disease. 2 years ago, the statistics told us that 10 people were dying in the north every day due to heart conditions, including cardiac arrest. Given that other countries have increased their survival rate from 1 in 10 to 1 in 4, I believe that by enacting this piece of legislation, we stand a real chance of saving lives. Mr Deputy Speaker, what we are dealing with is life or death. It is bigger than any of us. It goes beyond the issues that are often a source of division and touches at the very essence of that which unites each of us, our common humanity. So in closing, I am proud to bring this bill before the House for its second stage. I look forward to hearing other contributions from all other sections, and if any clarity is required, I look forward to providing that. At the outset of this contribution, I mentioned that with 1 in 10 surviving, this would work out at approximately 9 MLAs. Taken in the round and full knowledge of your own medical histories and lifestyle, would you rather know that should anything ever happen to you, that every child who has come through our schools has received training in CPR and AED awareness? If the answer to that is yes, and you want to be part of changing our statistics, I implore you to support this bill. Thank you.
And I now call Chris Little, Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Chairperson of the Education Committee, I can think of few more important matters to teach in our schools than the life-saving techniques of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and automatic external defibrillation. Northern Ireland can be proud that in response to the deadly threat of cardiac arrest, the portable defibrillator was invented by Hillsborough man Frank Pantridge, one of the greatest innovations in history that we must ensure can be readily and competently used by as many people as possible in his native Northern Ireland. The risk of cardiac arrest and the power of competently deployed CPR and AED were, of course, broadcast globally during Euro 2020, and the life of Christian Eriksen, an elite-level athlete, was saved due to the prompt and competent implementation of these techniques. CPR maintained oxygen flow to Christian's brain while his heart could not, and defibrillation restarted his heart's signal. It is perhaps worth noting that Eriksson's native Denmark has adopted mandatory CPR training in schools, which has improved survival rates of cardiac arrest to 1 in 4. Tragically, people in Northern Ireland who suffer a similar out-of-hospital cardiac arrest experience have a survival rate of 1 in 10, and pupils in Northern Ireland do not have access to the same training and awareness that is currently being provided across the rest of these islands. Over the past 2 years, England, Scotland and Wales have all enhanced their curricula to include CPR training in schools. The Education Minister here announced on the 21st of September that CPR will be taught to Key Stage 3 pupils from the 2022-23 school year onward. It is my understanding that the proposer of this bill, Colin McGrath MLA, welcomes this development and is seeking to provide an opportunity for the Assembly to enact this commitment in legislation. The member seeks to address this critical matter in a concise bill with one substantive clause, which obliges the Department for Education to place training in CPR and defibrillation on the curriculum for Key Stage 3. The simple objective is to improve the survival rates from cardiac arrest in Northern Ireland. This bill has enjoyed strong support from consultation, which found 94% of respondents support compulsory CPR training in schools, and even higher levels of respondents believe it is the government's responsibility to ensure this training is provided. It is my hope, as Education Committee Chairperson, Alliance Education spokesperson, a sports coach and a member of this community who cares for the health of my family, friends and constituents, that this bill and the work of the Education Minister will provide pupils in Northern Ireland with the training and awareness afforded to other young people on these islands, and indeed empower them with the type of skills that saved the life of Christian Eriksson. Time is critical in the context of cardiac arrest, and I give my commitment to progress this bill, if passed to committee stage, in a timely manner, and to ensure the Education Committee and this Assembly plays a part in improving the ability of this community to change the face of cardiac arrest survival rates in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Agus na siaram there Pat Sheehan on Cancha, called Pat Sheehan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this important debate today. And Sinn Féin will be supporting this bill. And I want to commend the proposer of the bill, Colin McGrath, for bringing this to the floor of the Assembly. And the Chair, in his opening address, covered comprehensively most of the issues that need to be covered. So if I repeat some of them, I apologise in advance. But I suppose one of the most important things he spelled out was the poor survival rates when it comes to cardiac arrest. And there may be some misunderstanding, I know, of the difference between a cardiac arrest and a heart attack. The heart attack is a result of coronary heart disease, whereas a cardiac arrest is when the heart stops beating. And I had a good friend who died recently and collapsed, and there was a defibrillator close to the premises where she was, and it was brought in and deployed but not activated. But the defibrillator was able to detect that there was still a heartbeat, and there was a verbal message came from it not to activate the defibrillator. So, I mean, it's important maybe that messages like that get out, that people, you know, who maybe have some basic training in the use of an AED and are concerned about whether they should use it or not. The AED is able to say whether a person's heart is beating or not, and if it is beating, they will be told not to use the device in those circumstances. I know of other people who have had cardiac arrests. I know a friend in particular, a good friend, who actually took a cardiac arrest in bed. Unfortunately, his wife arrived into the bedroom within a very short space of time after him, realised what was happening. She had some medical training and was able to use CPR until the paramedics arrived. And she actually saved his life. He was brought to the hospital and treated. Initially, it was thought that he wouldn't survive, or that if he did survive, he would be in some way incapacitated or disabled as a result of starvation of oxygen to the brain. But fortunately, he made a full recovery and survived. And the evidence shows us that survival rates are much higher in places where more people are trained to perform CPR and are willing to intervene. And I know Colin in his contribution referenced Denmark, but it's not just Denmark. There are other places throughout the world where there has been extensive CPR training and the raising of awareness about CPR training. And the evidence would tell us even a very short training programme on CPR can make a difference. And I'm talking about the length of time it would take for a television advert to show people how to perform CPR and give people that confidence. Because it's only when people have that knowledge that they'll have the confidence to intervene in a situation where a person has had a cardiac arrest. And I heard it said before, some people are afraid, given the sort of litigious society that we live in, that if they intervened and got it wrong or broke somebody's breastbone or something while performing CPR, that they might be sued by the victim. There's no record of anyone intervening to give life support help being sued in those circumstances. So people shouldn't be afraid of that either. There have been attempts to increase the availability of and access to CPR training. I suppose most notably the 2014 Community Resuscitation Strategy. And that has been taken forward under the leadership of the ambulance service. And the ambulance service should be commended for that. And I know there are many first responders, particularly in rural areas, who carry defibrillators in the boots of their cars and are ready to go at a moment's notice to try and intervene to save people if need be. In fact, my own colleague, Michelle Gildernew, is a first responder and has on occasion had cause to use that AED. So, but what we really need, and there's no doubt lives have been saved by the training that the ambulance service have been given to different groups and organisations. I understand Sport NI are now going to be rolling out training as well. But as well as mandatory training in CPR being a mandatory part of the school curriculum, we do need that whole community response where others within society have access to training, in particular to CPR, but also in the use of AEDs. Because it's only when the whole of the community is trained around this that we will see an increase in the survival rates. And there's a massive difference between 1 in 10 surviving and 1 in 4. That's a massive difference. And there's no reason, I believe, why we can't reach those figures if we roll out a proper strategy, if children are trained in schools how to do this. So, you know, Chris Little in his contribution mentioned Christian Eriksen, and we all remember that during the Euros. But even closer to home, people have survived cardiac arrest on the playing pitch. And I remember Kevin McCloy, the former Derry footballer who was playing for Lavey in a club match and had a cardiac arrest during a match. And he gave thanks to the people who came on and gave him CPR. And there was a defibrillator there as well. And that was there as a result of the high-profile campaign after the death of Cormac McAnallen, the former Tyrone All-Ireland winning captain, who also died as a result of a cardiac arrest. So I support this motion. I think it's a very I support this bill. I think it's a very important bill, and I'm sure we'll get support right across the House in all of this.
I now call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the member's bill. Probably the shortest bill ever to come before the Assembly, and welcome all that in the form that it is an extremely focused bill. Requires the cardiopulmonary resuscitation training and automatic external defibrillator awareness, and indeed focusing it in on year 8, 9 and 10 of our school pupils, so the 11 to 14-year-old group, and hopefully that might be skills that would be carried on into later life. I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have huge empathy with this bill for personal reasons, and I was approached by the British Heart Foundation a number of months ago, and that came at a time when I had just lost a friend to a heart attack. So I was keen indeed to support the work of the British Heart Foundation, and indeed with their agreement I wrote to the Minister on this matter, and I note that the Minister did in fact follow up in a very positive manner, not just in response to my letter, but indeed in response to some work that she had did with the British Heart Foundation in the grounds of this very building. So I do, and I would, and response. I had some notes on Christian Eriksen. I'll not go into his case. It was very well covered by the previous two speakers. But indeed, the statistics are concerning, that in one case, the case that has been referred to in Denmark, where 1 in 4 people having a heart attack are survive because of action by folk, and yet in Northern Ireland or GB, 1 in 10 survive. And that is something that we should be concerned about, and particularly since Professor Pontridge did all the necessary work, the research, the development of the defibrillator, and indeed that came from within our own small community here, and his work is now recognised worldwide in this particular field. In my friend's situation, he collapsed in a public area. There were about 25 or 30 people. He was with a group, and no one was able to do anything except to call, dial 999 for an ambulance. And the fact that he had been a gentleman who didn't smoke, didn't drink, and indeed took a lot of exercise, long walks, was an indicator, or the physical indicators were there, that he was healthy, but had this underlying problem that no one knew about. And the fact that he lived for 10 days after the heart attack, and all the indications are, if support had been available, if attention had been available, if the skills had been in the group, then he would have survived and returned to full health and strength. But that wasn't to be the case. So I suppose in terms of what we would want to encourage, yes, we would like to see training within our schools. And I think training within our schools is really just the one step. And I think there is a need, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact that I would not know in my constituency where defibrillators were, but defibrillators are all over my constituency. But I have no idea, well, I certainly know where one is, but I have no idea where the majority of them are. And the call, as has gone out recently, for a register across Northern Ireland, for a register of where defibrillators are, I think it's a very positive step towards this issue, and the need to maintain that issue. But our schools are one area, and I know that sports clubs, a number of sports clubs do take up this matter, but whether it's a football, whether it's swimming, whether it's rugby, tennis, GAA, whatever it is, then we need to know where defibrillators are, and we need to know where the training is available for folk. I think in making general points and being supportive, and I'm sure the British Heart Foundation, I know they were pleased at the Minister's response. I'm sure they'll be pleased at Mr. McGrath's response to this. But in terms of general points, our educational curriculum, we don't prescribe what is compulsory. In many ways, we trust our teachers. We trust our teachers to schedule the lessons, to cover the content and indeed to meet the learning needs of the pupils within any area that the curriculum covers. And we determine that on the basis of the teacher's skills, their knowledge and their experience within this area. And I'm pleased that there is something already, a foundation there to be built upon, because we do already cover in the curriculum life skills in first aid and in CPR, that includes CPR, and indeed in our qualifications on personal development and mutual understanding in primary and indeed in post-primary. We cover the subject of CPR. So there is a foundation there on which to build. And we recognise the importance of this issue. The statistics are there. Many of us will have, many in this chamber I'm sure, have similar experiences to myself. But we recognise the importance of the issue, and we remain supportive of the issues which increase awareness, develop skills in our schools and across society. I also welcome the work of the British Heart Foundation, which undertakes extensive work and provides extensive support within our schools. We recognise the immense value of these life-saving skills. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill at this stage and congratulate the member for bringing it to us. And indeed, thank the Minister also for taking the issue so seriously and making indications that she is prepared to do something on it too. But I suppose, in light of Mr Alistair's contributions earlier on, I'm minded at this stage that we have to push through every legislative opportunity that we can, Mr Deputy Speaker. The reason being that at times we've found these institutions not to be the most stable of places. And that is why we need to avail of every opportunity to do what we can when we can do it. And that's not a poke at anybody, it's just the reality of politics here in Northern Ireland. And before I move on, I just want to touch on something that Mr Newton has just shared there, and it's actually rather exceptional. And he said, if. It was a really important statement that he made. He said the word if, and it was a question, and it was kind of a rhetorical question. But when we're doing anything in here, when we're discussing anything, it's important that we go back into the detail of the what, the why, and the how. And in this instance, when we're talking about something which pertains to life and death, It is absolutely important. So thank you, Mr Newton, for raising the issue of if, because I hadn't thought about it. But last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wasn't here last week because sadly my wife's sister died, and just I'll put that on record, paying testament to my wife's sister. And thanks to all those members who reached out. But I know that even in that moment of grief, my wife's family and I, most of us will be asking, if only we knew, or what could we have done, and if we had tried, and if I'm not going into the details of her death. But when we look at what can be done for an issue like cardiac arrest, and has been talked about Christian Eriksen, and over the years here in this country and across these islands, we've heard of many young footballers, for instance, whose hearts have stopped on the pitch. Some of them sadly have lost their lives for a variety of reasons, whether they've had an unknown congenital heart defect or some other issue, but their heart stopped. And in reality, if we had have known better, and if we had have had the substance and the resource, perhaps they may be with us. So it's never a time to stop learning and improving on what we already know. I think back to when I was in the fire service, and this is maybe to give some background as well. It's really important to target this type of information, training and skills to young people. The Fire Safety Education Programme, which I have talked about many times in this chamber, and I will keep doing it because it is so valuable. It was introduced just over 20 years ago, and the target audience for that is Primary 5. And it was assessed at that time that Primary 5 was a really good opportunity and probably appropriate age to introduce something as important as saving life and the dangers of fire. It wasn't a matter of saying that these young people aren't old enough to know and to understand. And if we look at what has happened over those 20 years, accidental fire deaths and accidental fires has went through the floor. It absolutely is a testament to education, education, education. The more we can do, the more information we can entrust our young people with, the better it will be in terms of their life outcomes. So I don't know if the member wants to maybe pick this up. I know that we talk about Key Stage 3 pupils here, and I was speaking to the British Heart Foundation from Northern Ireland upstairs, and I quizzed them a little bit about how they picked their target age, and I think perhaps the World Health Organization have indicated that it's Key Stage 3, and I would say maybe there's something we can do within our primary schools actually to inform those pupils in and around P5 and P6, because I think it was something that Mr Sheehan had raised about it's not just schools, it's a whole community. He's absolutely right. Because one of the other benefits of the fire safety programme was in P5, the pupils are given a safety pack, and there's different heroes and stuff in it and stickers and things like that. But what they do with it is to take it home and talk to their parents, or talk to their carer, or talk to their granny and granda, talk to their brothers and sisters. And there's a cross-pollination, and it's a fun thing. So it can be education, especially at that age, can be addressed in a fun, learning way, and the outcomes of that can be absolutely brilliant. And I would love to see those statistics, 1 in 10, through the floor, a little bit like accidental fires and accidental fire deaths. The chair, quite rightly, and indeed Mr McGrath, paid tribute to that great Hillsborough man, Frank Pantridge, and I would encourage any of you to read up on Mr Pantridge. He's obviously an incredibly important man for many, probably millions of people right across the world, and someone who we will be very, very proud of, especially coming from Lagan Valley myself, to associate myself with, even coming from the area that great man came from. But when you read through Frank, and maybe part of his desire to do what he did came from his own illness too. He was a prisoner of war, and he had a cardiac condition. And I was reading about his ingenuity knew no bounds. The first defibrillator that he made weighed 70 kilograms and used car batteries to run, but actually within 3 years he had brought it down to something portable and weighed only 3 kilograms. His passion was to save lives, and there's no more noble cause than to save lives, and we should thank him, and I suspect that his family would be very, very proud to know that we are trying to continue his legacy. And we're trying to now implant it within our young people and equip them with the very same passion and vision that Frank Pantridge had those number of years ago. Mr Speaker, I won't speak any more on this. I hope indeed that the House unites behind this motion today.
And I'm sure everyone else in the chamber will share the sympathies to your wife on the death of her sister. Okay. agus nes írim sir Nicola Brogan hon cainche.
And I would like to just first of all offer my condolences to Robbie and his family on the death of your sister-in-law. I'm very sorry to hear that. I would like to welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today and thank the bill sponsor for bringing it to the Assembly. It is really important, a really important piece of legislation. And as Sinn Féin spokesperson on children and young people, I suppose I want to make the point that I think this training would have a real huge benefit for children and young people as well, not just for those that might suffer with cardiac arrest and generally older people, but that will benefit them, children and young people as well, learning from it and increase their confidence in how to approach medical emergencies like cardiac arrest. In recent days, we've seen how children and young people have come together to challenge climate change and in doing so take action to save lives. And in a way, this bill hopes to do the same. Its intention is to mobilise the agency of young people by giving them the necessary tools to intervene to save lives in the event of a cardiac arrest. Within a relatively small population here in the north, around 1,400 cardiac arrests take place every year outside of a hospital setting. And in the event of cardiac arrest, there is a very small window of opportunity to save someone's life. Every minute without trained intervention reduces the chance of survival by up to 10%. That's why it's vital that training and equipment become more available within the general population. Currently, the survival rate here sits at 1 in 10, but in parts of Europe where CPR is taught in schools, survival rates are reported to be 1 in 4. So the significance of teaching CPR in school has also been recognised by the World Health Organization in their Kids Save Lives statement. Teaching young people as part of their school curriculum and providing them with the skills they need to resuscitate people in cardiac arrest is a tried and tested intervention, as well as empowering young people to be active and engaged citizens. Having acquired those skills, young people take the skills beyond the classroom and into their homes and wider community. The vast majority of cardiac arrests do take place within the home, a setting where young people are well placed to make a difference, not only through direct intervention but also by sharing their new skills with other family members, which will then increase the number of people within the community with the skills and confidence to intervene and make a difference. Jurisdictions right across these islands have already committed to including the teaching of CPR as part of the general education of young people. So I hope this bill does progress and I will support it to the committee stage. There's just a couple other points I want to raise with the bill sponsor and maybe something if we can discuss further if the bill does make it into committee stage. So part of my previous employment I received CPR and AED training annually. I suppose one question, I think this bill could go further to ensure that training for children and young people with CPR and AED could become an annual thing because although my place of work was in a medical practice, we weren't on the front line, so thankfully I never had to use it, so I really needed that there training every year as a refresher, so I think it's something we could look at. The second thing is we could possibly extend the CPR and defib training to basic life support as well. So for the likes of other medical emergencies, like say for example somebody who has epilepsy, if they take a seizure, how to deal with that there, or for a diabetic person who goes into hypo, the best way is to kind of cope with that there. So I think there are other things we could explore as well to maybe improve this piece, but I'm certainly happy to support it. And I hope it does reach through to the committee stage. I
now call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and like many others across the House, I rise to support the second stage of the bill. As many others have quoted today, that every minute without CPR and defib reduces a person's chance of survival by up to 10%. And if we can give confidence and give help to young people in dealing with emergency situations, then I think that that is an excellent thing. Mr Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the work of very, very many groups across our community and indeed across my constituency who offer CPR training on a regular basis to those who take part. And just the last few weeks I've been involved with a mental health charity within my community of just received additional funding to give CPR training throughout the ABC Council area. And I commend not just schools and school teachers and what we're trying to do with the bill, but those community groups who also reach out with this very, very important issue. Again, many have quoted the statistics that in a recent survey by the British Heart Foundation, 97% of those who responded felt that it was important that pupils left post-primary school with CPR skills, and 90% agreed that CPR training should be made compulsory. I think that this does give weight to the issue of embedding CPR training within the curriculum, and I think that that is very, very important. And and while I am supportive of the bill, I think we should also acknowledge that the Minister has moved to ensure that CPR training at Key Stage 3 is part of the curriculum from September 2022, and that additional funding has been secured to make sure that that is possible, and that there is further work being done not only with the Inspection and Training Directorate, but also with SIA and the Educational Authority to make sure that there is proper inspection of the curriculum, but also to make sure that they take forward the development and the dissemination of the appropriate support materials for young people on this journey. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I remain very supportive of the intent of the bill at this stage. I look forward to the committee stage of the bill, but want to acknowledge the work that has been done to ensure that this is already available to children and young people within the education system.
Agus Nish Eadams there, Daniel McCrossan, Honkancha. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak as the SDLP Education spokesperson and as a member for my own constituency in West Tyrone. Fully welcome the second stage of this significant piece of legislation. I first want to thank my party colleague Colin McGrath for bringing this forward. It certainly is a piece of legislation that has united this House, and hopefully will see swift passage, because the benefits to many in our society will be very, very significant. Since I've known the member, I know that he's been a massive advocate and campaigner on CPR and on policies relating to defibrillators across the North. And I want to take this opportunity today in thanking him for the work that he's doing and for bringing this potentially life-saving piece of legislation. I'd also like to special mention of Fergal McKinney of the British Heart Foundation for the work that he's continued to do, not only in his current role, but as a previous member of this House. He was very solid and passionate about this particular issue. As mentioned by other contributors, we've all seen the horrific scenes earlier this year, the Euros football tournament where Christian Eriksen suffered a cardiac arrest, and how important timely treatment was given to ultimately save his life. This has brought a stark focus on the importance of CPR and AED training globally, and it also brings into focus whether we're doing enough here to save as many lives as possible of those suffering cardiac arrests. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was shocked to learn that there are around 1,400 people, that out of around 1,400 people who suffer cardiac arrest, that only 1 in every 10 survive, which is a shocking figure. It really brings it home. Unfortunately, just before COVID, I'd witnessed a gentleman at Mass sitting just over from me take a cardiac arrest. It was quite a shocking experience to witness, let alone experience. And certainly through the swift actions of a lady that wasn't sitting too far away, who carried out CPR till the trained medical professionals also arrived at the ambulance service. She also administered the AED, which helped massively. Thankfully, this gentleman survived. I don't believe he would have, only for that lady's swift actions. But what I will say, and it follows on really from what Pat Sheehan said, often when these events happen, people are in a wee bit of state of shock, not knowing what to do. Best thing you can do is act, and the importance of that is so critical to save that individual's life, and it is traumatic to see it and to watch it, particularly if you're not entirely sure how to carry out CPR. Certainly it is very straightforward to learn, and people in our society should make every effort to have that training. You never know when someone in your own household or otherwise will be impacted in that way. Increasingly concerning is that the research conducted by the Resuscitation Council has shown that only half of people would intervene if they came across someone suffering a cardiac arrest, mainly due to the lack of confidence in administering the life-saving aid. It really touches on the point that I had made. Thankfully, throughout our communities, and Robin Newton has touched on this, there has been huge community investment as well in funding and raising funds for AEDs, and you can see them in all of our constituencies appear in very rural areas and places where there's crowds that would gather, and even in the event of the experience that I had just shared, the community very quickly moved to raise funds to put a defibrillator at that particular chapel, which was, it shows you the response of the community as well. But I do think Robin has highlighted a very important point. It would be very good to see a register of where they are located, because in that moment, and I remember it that day, your mind does go blank. Even though you pass them and you see them everywhere, your mind goes blank and you're in a state of flux and go, where do we go to find one? So I think that is a very helpful suggestion. We've made great strides in recent years with training, educational programmes, awareness-raising campaigns as well. There is a greater awareness, but more needs to be done. I think that this particular piece of legislation will help incredibly in giving a greater understanding of the importance of acting in that critical moment. But we're missing a key part of the jigsaw, and the SDLP believe that the greater emphasis on CPR and AED training in educational settings is absolutely critical, and I thank the Minister for moving as well in relation to it. Not that you weren't moving before, you've been very, very good on this issue, Minister, and we thank you for it as well. Not only would this help educate our young people, but it would also give them true life skill that would empower them to react and take important actions when it comes to potentially saving a life, especially for those people who suffer from cardiac arrest outside of hospital. This could be a family member, a close friend, or even a stranger that they may come across. Research has also shown that in countries where basic life support skills are taught in schools, survival rates for cardiac arrest have increased significantly, higher to 2 to 3. Those where they aren't taught. This research points to Norway, some US states, North Holland in particular, where we've seen significant increases in survival rates over the past decade as a result of such action. Given this, it's no surprise that we've seen action taken on these islands to increase CPR and AED training in our schools recently. In England, CPR training has been introduced as part of the health education curriculum for secondary schools. In Scotland, every local authority is committed to teaching CPR in schools. In Wales, we've seen legislation enacted that will ensure CPR will be taught in schools from next year. Yet in the North, we've been falling behind in terms of mandating CPR and AED training in our schools. While it has been welcomed, as I've touched on, by the Minister, I'm delighted that this House is in full support of ensuring that it will become mandatory in schools. I firmly believe that today's bill will add to great work already undertaken by the many charity organisations and community groups who have all campaigned tirelessly over the years on CPR and AED training. I particularly want to put on record my thanks to the British Heart Foundation. I think the work they do is amazing, and I had the privilege of been trained by them today in CPR. And also I want to thank St John's Ambulance as well, and all the other groups involved in training and raising awareness. Today's bill is significant as a public health initiative that will ensure that our young people are equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary should they ever encounter a cardiac arrest in the future. It will also help drive up survival rates. It will increase the likeliness of people being treated swiftly, and ultimately it will save lives through communities across the North. And I think it is important as well that if anyone is suffering from any particular symptoms, to get educated on what the symptoms are. Sometimes many people don't get a warning. A cardiac arrest can just happen, and unfortunately it happened in the event of my two grandfathers. Both of them died in cardiac arrest. One of them in hospital, the other at home, and unfortunately could not be saved. But I do know that it is vitally important that we do educate our society on what some of the symptoms would be. And it doesn't matter. Some people, there's a myth out there that you're too young to take a cardiac arrest or a heart attack in some instances. The reality is age doesn't matter. I've seen very healthy younger people, very active younger people, take cardiac arrests and not survive. And there's others who have had slight symptoms of chest pain and haven't got checked. There's others who have had signs of sorts and haven't went to get seen. It is so critical that you do so if you do get any form of symptom or sign, and you do get immediate medical intervention, because at the time something does happen, it may just be too late. I fully welcome this bill. It is something very close and important to me, and I would also like to touch on slightly, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many people in our society who live alone at home who are worried that if they take a cardiac arrest at home alone, what are they to do? And we, and certainly my constituency offices, have helped many people in those situations with what's called a care line. So it's a great organisation. They come along, they put like a box into your hallway, and there's a big red button on it. There's a speaker system, and also give them a pendant or two. And in the event that anything happened, and not just in relation to cardiac arrest, but in terms of living alone and worried that something would happen to you, it is so critical. Those lines have saved lives because the person has managed to get to the button, or wasn't feeling right and hit the button, and ultimately medical intervention, family members or otherwise, were on the scene at that very critical moment. So I fully welcome this bill. I'm proud that it has been brought to this House. I'm proud of the work that my colleague has done, and I'm also proud of the members of this House who have united on this very critical issue.
Thank you. I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just rise as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson to say a few words on this bill, and would like to start by thanking the bill's sponsor, a fellow member on the Health Committee. I think it's a very worthy piece of law when it will be when it's passed, and I would also like to thank the British Heart Foundation for their work up to this point in promoting the benefits, potential benefits from what the bill includes. As I say, I won't take long in responding today at this second stage, but I do appreciate that the proposer has indicated that the financial effects will be minimal, and I think that we, as backbenchers, have a duty when we are bringing forward private members' bills to ensure that the financial impact is kept as low as possible. I do want to place on record the acknowledgement of the role of Northern Ireland and Queen's University Belfast in particular for their role in the development of the portable defibrillator. It is estimated that this invention has saved millions of lives, yet, as the proposer rightly points out, there are many others not being saved because they don't have access to one. Mr Sheehan mentioned earlier there about the potential for this bill to, when it becomes an act, to actually be a catalyst for wider availability of defibrillators, of training within the community, and as somebody who has a position of responsibility within a sports club in Carrickfergus, I would say that it is something that we as committee members are very conscious of, not just the sport but also the health and safety and risk management of the people who not only play, volunteer but also come to spectate our sport. So I suppose it's very welcome that we are in this chamber dealing with an issue that really does impact on our communities. I suppose in terms of the bill itself, there's one issue that does jump out at me, and that's in relation to the options considered, and I wonder if the bill sponsor could address these in his response at the end, and it's around the issue around the two options really are do nothing or pass legislation. And I suppose Mr Allister earlier referenced the potential for it to actually come forward as a policy change or amendment within the Department of Education. I just want a wee bit more information on that. However, that's all I have to say today, just that I endorse the bill and look forward to working with the bill sponsor and others as it progresses. Thank you.
I don't know the Speaker here, but he's not here, so we'll move directly to the Minister then, please, to respond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to offer my condolences to the member for Lagan Valley and his family on the passing of his sister-in-law. Before I begin my response to the bill's provisions, I would like to mention the story of Claire and Melissa Doyle. Melissa was taught CPR by her school nurse in Fort Hill School in Lisburn. It must have been her worst nightmare. She then put that training to use in real life when her mum, Claire, suffered a cardiac arrest at their home. Melissa's quick actions and the training she received undoubtedly saved her mother's life. I had the immense privilege of meeting Claire and Melissa when, with the British Heart Foundation and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, I launched my department's CPR programme in September. That programme will mean all post-primary pupils in Key Stage 3 will receive CPR training from the start of the next school year. Melissa and Claire are real people with a very real and moving story to tell. They're a clear example of the importance of being trained in CPR at school. And put simply, it saves lives. As a former teacher and being trained in CPR, I truly understand how vital it is, and I want therefore to thank the member for Southdown for giving the Assembly the opportunity to discuss this matter and for recognising the work which has been undertaken in the last few months and my genuine commitment to it. I also acknowledge the support for CPR training in schools from across the Chamber today. The proposed bill would place a duty on my department to make CPR and awareness of the use of defibrillators a compulsory part of the statutory Key Stage 3 curriculum. I fully agree with the principles of this bill, and I'm fully committed to ensuring all children receive CPR training in our schools. However, as I will set out today, this work is already being implemented. At the outset, I would like to pay tribute to the wonderful work that has been ongoing in our schools. Many thousands of young people have been and are currently receiving CPR and defibrillator training as part of the curriculum. The British Heart Foundation provides a range of resources and supports for schools through its Call Push Rescue programme, which is designed to build capacity and expertise in CPR across our education system. The Northern Ireland Ambulance Service has also invited schools to participate in its Community of Lifesavers education programme. We are not at a standing start. Many of our schools have led the way in providing CPR training over many years. Today, I'd like to set out for the Assembly the current approach my department is taking to ensure all pupils receive CPR training. My department wrote to schools on the 20th of September, setting out its expectation that from September 2022, CPR will form part of the Key Stage 3 curriculum. I fully agree with the member for Southdown that an opt-in system is not sufficient, and that is not what has been introduced. CPR will be part of the delivery of learning for life and work in all our post-primary schools. This is the ideal context for learning first aid and CPR. Learning for life and work provides opportunities for pupils to develop practical knowledge alongside the skills and attributes necessary to put such knowledge into practice in a real-life emergency. For example, through development of self-confidence and empathy and learning to identify and manage risk. I've also asked schools to consider, if at all possible, introducing CPR training during the current academic year. From September 2022, the department will then expect all Key Stage 3 pupils to receive CPR training as part of the curriculum. This expectation will be reflected within the Education and Training Inspectorate's safeguarding pro forma and form part of an inspection of learning for life and work. Schools will also be asked to consider providing refresher training at Key Stage 4 and post-16. However, it's not sufficient to simply mandate. We have to support and engage schools in this important area to ensure high-quality provision for our young people. My department has therefore commissioned SEA and the Education Authority to develop appropriate resources and training to support the universal rollout of CPR. They will work closely with both the British Heart Foundation and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. I'm providing £70,000 of funding to support this work during the current financial year and further funding in future years as required. Further information and guidance from my department signposting this additional support and training will be provided to schools later this year. CPR training is likely to be more impactful if it forms part of a coherent approach to teaching first aid across all key stages. This is a much more holistic approach to curriculum implementation Mr Butler mentioned that he would like to see this training much earlier, and this is a view which I share, and I have actually progressed. So consequently, SIA will develop a first aid curriculum progression framework, setting out how best to teach first aid at each stage of education, from primary 1 right through to key stage 4. This will give a big picture view of the key concepts and significant steps that learners take as they develop their expertise in first aid during their time in school. This goes significantly further than the bill and will provide a joined up and coherent approach. I also recently attended the launch of the Ambulance Service's rollout of its Lifesaver Ambassador training into initial teacher training programmes. This will equip future educators to deliver emergency life support skills, including CPR and defibrillator awareness, to pupils. I'll turn now to the curriculum itself and make some comments in respect of it. In common with the majority of high-performing school systems, the principles of limited prescription and maximum flexibility underpin the world-class Northern Ireland curriculum. The curriculum is designed specifically to reflect the importance of giving schools autonomy to choose their own curriculum approaches. This allows school leaders and teachers to build a curriculum with appropriate coverage, content, structure and sequencing for their pupils. By contrast, legislating for detailed lists of compulsory subject content does not in any way ensure that a topic will be well or consistently taught. Rather, ad hoc legal additions can lead to an overcrowded and poorly designed curriculum that lacks a clear structure and coherence. Such high levels of prescription are generally associated with lower performing school systems where teacher skills tend also to be weaker. There are regular calls for legislation to make a wide range of issues compulsory within the statutory curriculum. Like CPR, issues such as smoking awareness, gambling-related harm and sexual and domestic violence are really important and indeed potentially life-saving issues. However, there is a need to protect our schools from curriculum overload, where content or issues are constantly added in response to meet new societal demands, schools becoming the answer to all society's ills. That's why I don't necessarily think it's the right approach to introduce primary legislation at this stage. My officials have also considered the approach of amending the minimum content regulations. However, lists of topics simply become longer and longer, and nothing is removed to accommodate the newcomers. This inevitably, yes, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way briefly. I think this is an important principle debate. Would the Minister not accept that there are some key areas that really do require standardisation in terms of curriculum delivery?
For his intervention, and this is something which I did take a lot of time to consider and spoke to officials in relation to it. And certainly the approach which we've taken with regards to rolling out the CPR aspects of this at the beginning of September seemed to be actually the most appropriate way of delivering this at this particular point. So just to return to the point, it does lead to a breadth at the expense of depth, content at the expense of skills, and teachers who feel they don't know how to support students in these emerging areas, and that's going beyond CPR. The Northern Ireland curriculum is explicitly designed to prevent such curriculum overload, and it aims to help our children and young people gain the knowledge, skills and attributes needed for life in the 21st century. The flexibility of the curriculum aims to empower schools to provide a curriculum that is adaptable and responsive to the needs of individual learners. By contrast, in topic-heavy curricula, the development of problem-solving, critical and creative thinking skills are inevitably squeezed. CPR is clearly an extremely important issue, which is why I'm committed to ensuring all pupils receive CPR training as part of the Key Stage 3 curriculum. As a consequence, I don't believe it's absolutely necessary to introduce mandating primary legislation. Such an approach begins to unravel the coherent whole of the Northern Ireland curriculum. There is enormous scope within our education system to address this issue without recourse to legislation. And Mr McGrath is aware of this because we have had this conversation. Our focus must be to support schools to design and implement a high-quality curriculum that is tailored to meet the needs of our pupils and reflect the school's context and values rather than a mistaken pursuit of rigid uniformity. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me conclude by reiterating that I fully support the principles and intent of this bill. We are all united in the aim to give our young people the skills and confidence that they need to save a life. By educating and empowering young people around CPR training, we will improve the chance of surviving an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. However, I would ask members to reflect on the work already ongoing in this important matter. CPR is now an expectation within the curriculum for all pupils.
I know you really appreciate you giving me right at the end of it. It's just, you're talking about the curriculum there. I'm just struck by a point that I think it's important to make to yourself with regard to the curriculum. So we're very much concentrated on the bill, which we should be here today. The bill is the purpose of this bill is for an intervention, CPR and AED as an intervention. The other bit that I would be concerned about, and you're talking about the curriculum from P1, is the things that our children consume. So I'm thinking perhaps in terms of the energy drinks and their diet and stuff. And I know that I used to come when I played football, I used to take these energy drinks before I went out and played football, and it was madness. It's absolute madness. Is there anything that's been looked at in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the preventative piece? This is the intervention piece, which is absolutely vital, has my full backing, but the intervention... yeah.
And I appreciate the intervention by the member, and I'm happy to have this discussion actually, and maybe to arrange a meeting with officials to see what we can do with regards to that. In conclusion, my department's approach has been to engage with schools, to build teachers' confidence and their capacity, and to provide training and resources and support, which will ultimately provide better outcomes for our young people. And perhaps I might maybe disagree with the member to my right, where he maybe measures the effectiveness of this place by the number of bills which we pass. That's not necessarily the position that I would come from. But as members are naturally committed to supporting this bill, I will, of course, work with officials over the coming weeks to consider how best to proceed in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Agus na siarm Sir Colin McGrath on Críocha Chorlation Díosbaracht. I now call Colin McGrath to conclude the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank all members for their contribution in the debate today. And as everybody has correctly pointed out, it is a very important issue, and it gives us an opportunity to discuss something that provides something in our curriculum, something in our communities that will save lives. I suppose out of many of the debates that we can have in this chamber, they can be very frustrating, but to have a debate today about something that could make a real difference to people's lives and to help people to be able to live and help people to be able to survive is really heartwarming, that we can have this conversation, that we can have these discussions. And the fact that we're, I think, getting about 98% support, I think, around the chamber. There may be a few edges that we need to move on, but just sort of maybe rather than going into the individual contributions that members have made, just to pick out some of the themes that I think are worth mentioning, is the fact that just how many members provided some sort of story. They've had an experience, they've known somebody that has had cardiac arrest, and there has been various outcomes as a result of that. And I think what we should do from that is, if we realise that just in a room with sort of 15 or 20 of us, we have those stories, let's multiply that out across our community and then acknowledge and realise that this is a big issue. This is something that affects huge numbers within our society, and therefore we need to take serious our response to that and our ability to be able to legislate, if we can, to try and resolve and help people with those experiences. And also, many members mentioned where they were in public places and those cardiac arrests took place. But one of the key features of this, as I said in my opening remarks, is that 80% of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrests take place in the home. And if you think of the public places where there's maybe 30, 40, 50 or more people, and somebody has a cardiac arrest and 2 or 3 people jump to help, well, maybe in the homes that all those people go back to, there isn't anybody to jump and help. There isn't somebody there that has the skills. And that's when you've got to lift the phone and seek the help. And as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, every additional minute will cause more and more problems for that person, potentially death. So everybody inside each and every one of those homes must have the skills, because that's the only way that we're going to have somebody inside those houses to try and help. Many people mentioned about the various community groups and sporting organisations, and they have absolutely led the way with the training, with the support and with the help for their members to be able to get these really important skills. But something that I would contend to them is, why should they have to do this? If their sporting groups focus on sport, if their community groups focus on your activities, we should be actually having an education system that delivers everybody with the appropriate life skills to be able to get on with their day and daily lives, but also to step in if somebody needs help and assistance in a cardiac arrest. So this would actually help our clubs and community groups to allow them to focus on the various activities that they do without having to spend time focusing in on these skills. There were some references, and I think most of the very specific references that were made about the bill, hopefully we'll get the chance in committee stage maybe to examine them. Like, for example, about whether it could be an annual event rather than once during their journey. Absolutely, I'm up for that. I would love to see that. I tried to keep the legislation as presented in the bill as minimum as possible to get us through, because I wanted to try and gain as much support from everybody. But if there is an appetite amongst people that is increased, or that we have more training than once during the term that people are at school, that I think would be welcome. But I didn't want to put too much into the bill in case that put people off. I wanted to get us across the finishing line, so that's why I've kept it as basic as possible. But I'm happy enough for that to be expanded upon if that's the wishes of people. In terms of the curriculum and some of what the Minister says, I accept what the Minister says. I understand the predicament that there is. But it also somewhat causes me to be a little bit suspicious. And the reason that I'm suspicious is this. If you say that you don't need to bring it under the curriculum and put it there because it's happening anyway, well then if it's happening anyway, why don't we put it on the curriculum so that it's there? Because if it's there in legislation, it can't be taken off. If it's there not because of legislation, then it could be changed. And I know that this Minister is completely dedicated to this. I have spoken to her, I have met with her, and I know the work that she has brought forward thus far, which has taken us leaps and bounds beyond where we've been previously. But I was with your predecessor, and it was a brick wall. It was a brick wall. And the person that comes after you could be a brick wall. But if it's in law, if it's in legislation, and we've decided that we want this to be enacted, then it is much, much more difficult for somebody in the future to turn that law around, because they would have to come back in here again to turn that law over, and I don't think that that would happen. So I want to, through observing the good work of the Minister, I want to copper fast that so that this House is 100% behind you, by us adding our legislative weight to what you are doing, to the good work that you are doing, and I look forward to seeing this bill progress. I'll finish with this. I said at the beginning that there are 90 members in this chamber, and that under the current statistics, only 1 in 10 would survive, and that was 9 out of the 90. Now, I was hoping that somebody might have corrected me, or somebody might have taken this a step forward, because I have been taught in CPR, and I know a number of other members in here have been trained in CPR. So we should actually be able to get that figure from not 1 in 10, but 1 in 4. And what we have done through the skills that the likes of myself, through my first aid training, Robbie and his fire service skill training, and many others, we would save an additional 13 MLAs' lives, because we have that training. Now, we can fight it out afterwards as to who are the ones that are going to survive or not. That's a debate for another day. But we have the skills in here. So we would, in this room, increase the chances of survival from 1 in 10 to 1 in 4. Why shouldn't we enable our communities to have the same fighting chance that we have in this room? So thank you for everybody's contributions today, and I look forward to the committee stage. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question now is that the second stage of the education curriculum, CPR and AED bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Education Curriculum CPR and AED Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Education. That concludes this item of business. We now move to the item 7 on the order paper, which is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you and safe home.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is